Good morning and welcome to everyone here on the venue and people listening in at home on worldrowing.com. I'm Jillian O'Mara here in the tower with Regula Schweitzer, and we're going to bring you all the action from the tower. We also have great commentators out there on the water at the 1,000-meter mark, Camilla Hadland and Michael Schmidt, and at the 1,500-meter mark, Tim van Vliet.
Yeah, hello, good morning, and to everyone. And we're so much looking forward to the races that come up today, Gillian. And yes, I mean, I'm Swiss, here at the home, everyone is that is home here to Switzerland is obviously really much looking forward to the boats, to the Swiss boats. And actually, there are 6 boats racing today, so that's already a very good good thing. So if you look to the starting list and you see 6 boats, you're quite happy. But yes, there are 3 boats in the B finals. It's 2 men's 4 that we will see already on 10:15, and then we will see a young boat as well in the lightweight double, which did very well. Just missed out very narrowly on the A final, but will be in the B final. It's Raffaella Mueda and Can Strutzina. But then it's getting hot. We have the women's quadruple sculls that will be in their A final here. I think it's the first one in Lucerne in this combination. And then of course we have the men's double and Janine Kmelin in the women's single. I mean, both those races, the men's double and the women's single, I think they're anticipated not only by the Swiss because they're so amazing fields, but maybe you want to say a few words.
Yeah, definitely. I think the men's double is one of these races that we've been so excited to see all the way throughout this entire weekend. So just seeing the world champions from China back, obviously, and seeing them go up against European champions and from both 2021 and 2020, and the French, seeing how they're out there, if they're on form. The Irish, the silver medalists from 2019 are also back and in that race. So I think for the Swiss crew, it's going to be a really tough A final, but they're in lane 6, so we'll get to see them near to us, and we'll see how they can do on their home water, on the road, say, in that A final of the men's double sculls.
We're definitely excited, and I think they can do it all. They showed it in the last few years. They're always able to really match with the best.
They are, and they like to sprint here on the road, say, as they come towards us in the finish tower. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. And I think the women's single sculls is also another really fantastic race to keep an eye on, not only for Janine Kmelin, but also just seeing some of these crews back lining up, seeing Hanna Prakatston from Russia being out there in the lead and going up against the world champion Sanita Pushpura of Ireland. So fantastic racing about to get underway. We start with the B final in just 2 minutes. The B final of the men's pair.
B-Finale im Männer-Zweier.
In lane 1, Chile. In lane 2, withdrawal from France 2 for medical reasons. In lane 3, Spain. In lane 4, South Africa. And in lane 5, Germany.
Bahn 1, Chile. Bahn 2, aus medizinischen Gründen das Boot zurückgezogen hat Frankreich 2. Bahn 3, Spanien. Bahn 4, Südafrika. Und Bahn 5, Deutschland, Maximilian Kroge, Mark Leske.
That South African crew there in the middle lane, they didn't qualify last weekend, but they had a fantastic race to get into this B final of the men's pair.
Chile, Spain, Republic of South Africa, Germany, attention.
And they're off in the B final of the men's pair. Very much anticipated racing day here in Lucerne, and we're excited to see what will happen out there on the water. A big bummer to see this French crew, France 2, coming out of this race. They've come out for medical reasons. They've had a really, really tough season, and they were here in Lucerne trying to prove themselves against the first French crew of the Tourlin twins, but just not able to do it due to injury. So we'll hope to see them back in later racing later on this year or next. But this race off to a good start here. The best of the pack right now is currently the crew from Spain.
Und die Boote sind gestartet zum ersten Rennen an diesem Finaltag der Lucerne-Regatta im Zweier ohne. Und es fehlt das französische Boot. Sehr schade, dass sich diese beiden Offroy-Brüder heute nicht hier noch einmal beweisen können. Das ist ja ein anderes starkes Zweier ohne Boot, auch im A-Finale. Aber wie sind die Boote gestartet? Sie sind sehr gut gestartet. Am besten gestartet sind Jaime Canalejo Passos und Javier García Ordóñez aus Spanien. Aber das ist im Moment Bug an Bug natürlich noch das ganze Feld. Die Spanier haben eine ganz frühe Führung, beziehungsweise jetzt gerade ist es Südafrika, das die Bugspitze in Führung gebracht hat. Das deutsche Boot und das chilenische Boot gleich dahinter. Eine halbe Bootslänge ist das in etwa in diesem ganz, ganz frühen Stadion. Die beiden Deutschen konnten im Hoffnungslauf das Tempo des Führungstrio nicht ganz folgen, aber es geht jetzt hier im B-Final wirklich darum, diese Regatta noch zu einem guten Abschluss zu bringen, und da ist der Start auf jeden Fall gelungen. Die Boote haben eben die 500-Meter-Marke passiert.
So through the 500-meter mark, and the South Africans just taking half a boat length out of the Spanish at this early stage of the race. That South African crew, they unfortunately missed out on qualification for the Tokyo Games last weekend, but they're here competing in Lucerne, getting an extra race in. Then bow seat Luc Defarn from the University of Pretoria out there racing together with Jake Green. And as they come towards the 700-meter mark, we'll see how Camilla finds this race shaping up out there on the water.
And Lawrence.
So we're now out here on the course at 1,000 metres. Thank you very much, Gillian, and welcome to a nice still morning here on the Roadsay. And a great start, as you say, for the Spanish combination, who went out the blocks like a rocket. But it is indeed Jake Green and Luc Defarn of the South African pairing that, although did not qualify this boat themselves for the Olympic Games. In fact, South Africa did qualify this boat back in Linz in 2019. So I think just playing around with a few of the combinations here, and this boat in the B final, I think will be disappointed not to be contesting up with those top pairs in the A final. But they're level pegging now with Spain in the centre of the lake as they come through 1,000 metres. Barely anything to choose between them.
Ja, es ist sehr eng zwischen beiden führenden Booten aus Südafrika und Spanien. Dahinter ein Rennen um Platz 3 und 4, auch sehr eng zwischen Deutschland und Chile. Die Spanier sicherlich etwas enttäuscht, dass sie hier nur im B-Final sind. Sie waren an der letzten Weltmeisterschaft in Linz noch im A-Finale auf dem guten 5. Platz. Aber die werden sich sicherlich noch steigern in Richtung Olympischen Spiele in Tokio.
So Javier García Ordóñez, the stroke man of the Spanish crew, has just managed to push their boat that little bit further up now, back ahead of the South Africans. They're creating a little bit more distance. I think they went for a bit of a push through the 1,000. They're up at 37 strokes a minute to the South Africans, 38. These two leading boats well clear of the rest of the field. It's then the Chilean pair with Ignacio Abraham in the stroke seat, part of that famous quadruplet from Chile. And they hang back in third ahead of Germany in fourth.
Ja, es sind die Spanier, welche hier nun die Führung übernommen haben. Eine knappe halbe Länge vor dem Boot aus Südafrika. Nicht am Start, wir haben es schon gehört, sind die Enfroy-Brüder aus Frankreich. Sie mussten leider abmelden, wie auch das Schweizer Boot, welches schon gestern nicht mehr im Hoffnungslauf antreten konnten. Nicolas Camber und Scott Berlocher mussten ebenfalls abmelden, weil Nicolas Camber erkrankt ist.
So, two very prominent leading boats here. Tim, how's it looking past you at the 1,500?
Looking great for the combination from Spain. They've really taken a length out of the South Africans in the third quarter, and they're really moving along very nicely. South Africa a boat length behind, and then it's the Chilean pair on the far side from my commentary position in third, with the German crew in fourth. But it looks very good, very aggressive style of rowing from Garcia Ordonez in the stroke seat. He really hammers along as they come to you, Gillian, in the finish tower.
Yeah, we saw this Spanish crew come third just a few weeks ago at the World Cup, and they're out here in the lead as they come into the final stages of this race. South Africa just pushing hard behind them, and then a bit of a gap again back to Chile and Germany.
You did it quite.
Wir haben es gehört, für die WM-5. aus Spanien sicher ein bisschen eine Enttäuschung oder Ernüchterung, hier im B-Finale zu sein. Aber da gelingt es ihnen wirklich, dem Rennen ihr Stempel aufzudrücken. Canalejo Passos und Garcia Ordonez sind jetzt in den roten Bojen und sie haben jetzt wirklich auch noch einmal die Schlagzahl erhöht und rudern hier ganz, ganz kräftig dem Ziel entgegen. Das einzige Boot, das da mithalten kann, ist die Kombination aus Südafrika. Aber das sieht nicht so aus, als ob sie die Spanier noch ernsthaft gefährden könnten. Dahinter eine enge Entscheidung um Rang 3 zwischen dem deutschen Boot und den Chilenen.
So Spain's gone up to 44 strokes a minute just to extend this lead in the B final of the men's pair ahead of South Africa. They're absolutely hammering their way down the course towards the finish line, and they're coming inside of us just here in the finish tower. Spain looking set to take the win here in this B final. That'll give them 7th place overall. South Africa coming through behind them, 8th place overall. And then looking back to the rest of the field, Chile will come through in 3rd in the B final and followed by Germany.
Und das Rennen wurde gewonnen durch Spanien. Diese klassieren sich im 7. Gesamtrang der Regatta vor Südafrika, Rang 8, Chile Rang 9 und Deutschland mit Gesamtrang 10.
Up next, the B final of the women's double sculls. In lane 1, China 1. In lane 2, Italy 2. And in lane 3, China 2. It's still a very close race between these three crews out there on the water as they approach the 700-meter mark, Camilla.
Yeah, very tight as we expect most lightweight races to be in this B final of, this is not a lightweight race, I should correct. This is the women's double sculls, but it is a lightweight crew that is leading the way, which is why I looked down to my paper there and was slightly confused because it is the Chinese lightweight double scull leading this open weight field, stroked by Pan Dan Dan of China, Olympic experience out of the lightweight double scull from last weekend's final Olympic qualification regatta, and this late addition to the field just getting the better of the two more sort of constant figures within this race. The Italians going head-to-head with China's first boat of Shen Shengmai and Lu Zhonshao over in lane number 1. But it's now 3/4 of a length to China 2 in lane 3.
Es sind die Chinesinnen, das zweite Boot, die Leichtgewichte, welche letzte Woche an der Qualifikationsregatta versucht haben, ihr Boot für Tokio zu qualifizieren, aber gescheitert sind unter anderem gegen die Schweizerinnen Roll und Merz. Jetzt sind sie bei den Schwergewichten am Start und sie führen dieses Rennen immer noch knapp an vor dem Boot aus Italien und dem ersten Boot von China.
Well, it's all tightening up again, and as we see these crews put in their 1,000-meter halfway presses, the Italians here just wanting to start winding up away from China 1 and towards China 2. Serafini in the stroke seat here, just putting a little bit of pressure on the rating, 35 strokes a minute, closing that gap between themselves and the Chinese 2 combination. This Italian boat coached by Gianluigi Aragoni, just wanting to make their mark in this women's double scull event, having come out of the 8 at the European Championships. And this boat, a solid under-23 combination.
Ja, es sind die Italienerinnen, welche nun das schnellste Boot auf der Strecke sind. Sie machen hier mächtig Druck und fahren mit jedem Schlag etwas näher an die Chinesinnen heran. Gerade jetzt sind sie auf gleicher Höhe und wir sind gespannt, wie sie durch die 1500-Meter-Marke durchfahren.
So it is the silver medalist from the under-23s in the pair back in 2016, Serafini and Pappalardo of Italy, really using this third 500 metres to their advantage, Tim.
Yeah, definitely, Camilla. It's a slight tailwind condition from where I'm standing here at the 1500 meter mark, and it's good to see the Italians coming to the front of the race. They've really taken the initiative in the third quarter of this race, but there is still contact between all the three crews in this B final of the women's double, because that lightweight women's scull for a double from China 2, closest to us, and is still, they're actually in the lead. Great little move there from the Chinese to just pip the Italians. They've gone through the 1500 meter mark absolutely level with the Italians to their right. So Italy still having some work to do in the final 450 meters of this race to shake off that China 2 crew, and also China 1 now raising the rate 36 strokes a minute, trying to claw back some of the deficit to the leading pair. But a great move from China 2 to take the lead with 300 meters to go.
That's right, Tim, and they've gone up to 39 strokes a minute. That Chinese 2 crew rating a bit higher. The former lightweights are current lightweights, but they're rating just a bit higher, as we might expect to see from lightweight rowers. And Wang Wenyi in the bow seat. She's such an experienced rower. She has 2 Olympic medals in the lightweight category, and she's just motoring this boat past the Italians, who have a bit more leverage. They're rowing a bit longer as they come towards the red buoys.
Und was für ein Auftritt von diesem zweiten chinesischen Boot in Leichtgewichten. Sie haben es geschafft, bei 1500 Meter mit den Italienerinnen gleichzuziehen, haben die Schlagzahl massiv erhöht, sind dann ein bisschen, haben eine halbe Bootslänge Vorsprung herausgerudert. Die Italienerinnen, die konnten jetzt aber auf den letzten 100 Metern. Und wird das noch reichen? Also das ist ganz eng. Die Chinesinnen, die wollen ihre Führung bestätigen, aber die Italienerinnen, die haben jetzt die Schlagzahl auf 41 erhöht, sind nur noch einen knappen Luftkastenlänge dahinter. Reicht das noch bis zum Ziel?
Italy's up to 42 strokes a minute. The Chinese at 41 strokes a minute. Italy might just have the better boat speed as they come up towards the line. The Italians absolutely motoring through. The Chinese are just starting to fade, but as we come to the line, Italy takes it for the B final of the women's double sculls. That'll give them 7th overall. China 2 coming through just a fraction of a second behind them, and then followed by China 1.
Was für eine Entscheidung bereits im zweiten P-Finale des Tages. Die Italienerinnen haben sich diesen Sieg noch geholt auf dem allerletzten Metern vor dem zweiten chinesischen Boot, und China 3 mit gesamten Rang 9.
Now the B final of the men's double sculls. In lane 1, the Czech Republic, then Poland, Germany, Romania, Lithuania, and Great Britain too. They're already almost to the 1,000-meter mark. So Camilla, how does this race look from your perspective?
Well, it's looking great for the Polish combination of Biskup and Szytarski, who lead the field. The bronze medalist from the World Championships back in Linz will have been bitterly disappointed to miss out on this A final, but we certainly know a ticket to the A final in the men's double sculls is the hottest in Lucerne. It's then the German combination with a substitution into the stroke seat. Stefan Riemerkasten for Germany, taking the handle here for Mark Wieber, who's unfortunately unwell after sprinting to yesterday's line and missing out on that A final. But behind these two crews, well, nothing to choose really between the minor places.
Das Boot von Polen führt im Moment das Rennen an. Sie haben gestern leider die Finalqualifikation verpasst, aber machen hier nun wieder einen souveränen Eindruck und führen dieses Rennen deutlich an vor dem Boot aus Deutschland. Die Deutschen mussten einen Wechsel machen. Mark Webber konnte nach dem Halbfinal gestern nicht mehr und wurde nun von Stefan Riemenkasten ersetzt. Er ist am Bug gesessen und Stefan Krüger hat die Schlagposition wieder übernommen. Auf der 3. Position momentan das Boot aus Tschechien. Die Tschechen hatten sich erst gerade letzte Woche noch ganz knapp für die Olympischen Spiele qualifizieren können.
Well, 2 boats out in front as they head towards 500 metres to go, and it sounds like the Czech Republic just starting to establish themselves into 3rd position. How's it looking at 500, Tim?
Well, the Polish crew have rowed away very dominantly in the third quarter. They have opened up 2 lengths of clear water, and it's actually the crew from Romania in lane 4 that has piled the pressure on the German double to challenge for second place here in the B final. So absolutely all to play for the minor places behind the mighty Polish double. Germany dropping back slightly with a couple of meters with a nice stroke, but they have that substitute on board. But Romania looking very good, as does the Czech double coming into the finishing line.
Yeah, we've been talking about the men's double sculls all weekend. It's such a class, boat class out there on the water, even for the B final. An absolutely fantastic race. The Polish out to the lead, and we're going to keep an eye on the Romanians who've gone up to 36 strokes a minute, trying to get back on that Polish lead.
Und die Polen, die sind hier weiter in Führung, aber sie werden eigentlich angegriffen. Also sie sind nach wie vor gut in Führung, aber das deutsche und das rumänische Boot, die schieben sich gemeinsam heran. Und im deutschen Boot, man merkt also nicht, dass hier eine Umstellung von gestern auf heute stattgefunden hat. Ein starker Auftritt auch von diesem Duo im aktuellen dritten Zwischenrang, aber sie sind eigentlich gleich auf mit den Rumänen. Und diese beiden Boote versuchen sich hier auf den letzten Metern nochmal an das führende polnische Boot heranzuschieben.
The world bronze medalists from Poland are looking like they're going to be able to control the wind here in the B final of the men's double sculls. But Romania have been able to pass the Germans. The Germans riding with that spare on board. Stefan Riemekassen in the bow seat behind Stefan Krüger. And they're coming up to the line. Poland will take the win in the B final of the men's double sculls, followed by Romania. Germany coming through in third. That'll give them the 8th position overall. Then the Czech Republic, followed by Lithuania and Great Britain too.
Und gewonnen wurde das Rennen von Polen mit dem Gesamtrang 7 vor Rumänien und dem deutschen Boot Rang 4 für Tschechien, Rang 5 Litauen und Rang 6 für Großbritannien, das zweite Boot.
Up next, the B final of the men's 4. In lane 1, Switzerland 2. In lane 2, Netherlands 1. In lane 3, Switzerland 1. And in lane 4, Ireland. 2 Swiss crews contesting this race, and they're coming up towards the 800-meter mark, Camilla.
Yeah, 2 Swiss crews, and great for the locals here that from the volunteers and the organising committee to watch 2 Swiss boats hammering it down the track. But it's in fact the Dutch crew that take the lead here with another substitute on board, Amos Keitzer in the 2 seats, subbing in here just to make sure that this crew can get an outing. And again, another crew that will have been bitterly disappointed to miss out on an A final to their second boat, no less, who will be contesting on later on this morning. But they currently lead by just shy of a length ahead of the first Swiss crew. They were 8th at the European Championships in Varese, and this boat, coached by Anna-Marie Howell, is just now starting to try and make their move. They're closing down that 3/4 of a length lead. It's then Ireland that slot into third. The world indoor champion Alex Byrne there in the 2 seat for Ireland. We'll see his brother racing later on in the A final of the double sculls, Ronan, and then the second Swiss crew back in 4th.
Es war das Boot aus den Niederlanden, welche die ersten 1000 Meter als schnellste überquert haben. Auf dem zweiten Rang war es das Schweizer Boot mit Andrin Gulich am Schlag. Sie haben danach aber aufgedreht und fahren nun mit Schlag für Schlag etwas an die führenden Niederländer heran. Auf dem dritten Rang sind es die Iren mit dem Indoor-Champion Alex Byrne auf dem 2-Sitz und am Schluss des Feldes das zweite Schweizer Boot, das U23-Boot, welches dieses Jahr die Schweiz an der U23-WM vertreten wird.
So contesting here for positions 7 through to 10. Tim, who's looking good for the win?
Miller, I think the Dutch crew will take the win, but the challenge is definitely being laid down by the crew from Switzerland, the Switzerland 1 crew, who are having the better boat speed at this stage of the race and actually clawing back. It's less than a canvas advantage to the Dutch, and actually the Swiss crew are actually rowing through the Dutch with 500 meters to go with superior boat speed. The Dutch having to react. Neerhuis strokeman, Nelson Ritsema in the Dutch crew, the strokeman having to raise the rate already at 39 strokes a minute as they come into the finishing area, nearing the Red Boys. 250 meters to go, 39 strokes a minute from the Dutch, with just 2 meters behind the Swiss, who have taken the lead and look to win this B final.
Yeah, the Swiss are underrating the Dutch. They're down at 37 strokes a minute, but they've been able to maintain that boat speed. The Dutch have gone up to 40 strokes a minute. They absolutely want to win this B final. They've got that spare on board, Amos Geiser in the 2 seat, and they're powering towards the Red Buoys. They've actually just overtaken the Swiss as they come into the final stages.
Und den Schweizer Boot 1 ist es gelungen, im dritten 500 mächtig Dampf zu machen und sie konnten zu den Holländern aufschlitzen. Die Holländer wollten das aber nicht auf sich sitzen lassen und haben die Schlagzahl enorm erhöht, während die Schweizer noch auf dem Streckenschlag geblieben sind, haben sich wieder vorbeigeschoben. Aber jetzt auf den letzten 150 Meter kann sich hier der Schweizer Vierer noch mal heranschieben. Sie konnten sich stark verbessern vom Vorlauf zum Hoffnungslauf und jetzt ist es das beste Rennen.
The Dutch up at 42, the Swiss up at 42. They're coming towards the line. I think the Netherlands have gotten the win here in the B final of the men's four, just ahead of Switzerland 1, but a fantastic race from both crews. Then we look back to Ireland. They'll come through in that third spot, 9th overall, and then Switzerland 2 coming across the line. That'll give them 10th overall in the men's four.
Es ist den Holländern gelungen, im Schlussspurt die Differenz zu schaffen. Sie gewinnen dieses Rennen und werden gesamt 7. vor dem ersten Schweizer Boot, das die Regatta damit auf Rang 8 beendet. Rang 3 und Gesamtrang 9 für Irland, Rang 4 und Gesamtrang 10 für das junge Schweizer U23-Boot.
Coming down now, the B final of the women's single sculls. In lane 1, Serbia. In lane 2, Belarus. In lane 3, the Netherlands. In lane 4, China. In lane 5, Greece. And in lane 6, Mexico. These crews coming across the 500-meter mark. And it was Tatiana Klimovic of Belarus out to the early lead, but still a very close race. We'll throw it out there on the water. Camilla, how do you see this race developing?
Well, you're absolutely right. A bit of a two-horse race at the moment for the lead, but all crews with overlap as they come through 600 metres gone. It's been a tussle between Tatiana Klimovic, the 26-year-old from Dobrush, Belarus, and the Chinese sculler Zhong Yan, who was really so close, within just a few centimetres of reaching the A final. But to the delight of the locals, Janine Gamelin just pipped her into this morning's final that will be taking place just a bit later on. But as we move now through 800 metres gone, still Tatiana Klimovic with the lead ahead of China. It's then back in third place. Well, having a bit of a look across the field, I think it's going to be the young Dutch sculler Bertha Bonstra of the Netherlands, the 20-year-old here competing against this experienced field, and great to see her up in third.
Die Weißrussin Tatiana Klimovic führt momentan das Rennen an. Nach einem sehr schnellen Start der Chinesin konnte sie auf den zweiten 500 Meter die Chinesin nun überholen und führt mit einer knappen Länge das Feld hier an. An dritter Position die junge Niederländerin Bente Bonstra. Sie war 2019 noch im Achter, jetzt ist sie alleine unterwegs und sie zeigt, dass sie auch alleine sehr schnell über die Strecke rudern kann.
all looks quite controlled here with these leading two scullers. It's still Klimovic in lane number 2 for Belarus that holds back any challenge that Zhong Yan, the Chinese sculler, is going to throw at her, but underrating from China here. 29 strokes a minute as she came into the 1,000 metres. She's now lifted that ever so slightly up to 31, and that's just pushed her that little bit closer to Klimovic over on the other side of the lake to us here in the commentary position. It's still Bonstra of the Netherlands that sits in third, the gold medalist from the under-23s back in 2019 in the women's 8. She's gone from the biggest boat class to the smallest here on the Rothsee and doing a fine job of it for just 20 years old. It's then the young Greek Maria Kiridou, younger sister of Annetta, who we saw qualify for the Tokyo Olympics for Greece in this same boat class, but she's trying her hand here, the double junior and under-23 world champion in the pair, having a great scull out there on the water. Just a slight breeze of headwind as they approach the final sprinting stages. And Tim, how's it all looking out there for you?
Well, there might be a slight headwind at your position, Camilla, but out here at the 1500 it's perfectly flat. So brilliant conditions here at the Rothsee in Lucerne. Still, it is Klimovic from Belarus out in front, 33 strokes a minute and looking comfortable, half a length up on the Chinese sculler, and a sandwich between them. We see the young Bente Boonstra from the Netherlands in third, but a slight change of gear from the far side. Giovanna Arsic from Serbia trying to get back to the front of the field, as is Maria Kiridou from Greece. But it's at 1500 meters, it's still half a length advantage for Tatjana Klimovic from Belarus over China, then followed a length back by the Dutch sculler Bente Boonstra, and it's actually it is Maria Kiridou from Greece in fourth as she crosses the 1500 meters. So these crews all trying to raise their rate, going for it. You can see a slight change of gear from Bente Boonstra coming into the finish to 34 strokes a minute, but Klimovic still out in front. But the charge will come from the Chinese sculler, no doubt, just rating 30 strokes a minute. So she has quite some gears to go through in the final stages.
Yeah, I think you're right, Tim. I think we might see a nice sprint from the Chinese sculler Zhang Yan. We definitely saw it yesterday, as Camilla pointed out, against Janine Gemelin trying to get into the A final. And then we're seeing a nice tussle between Bente Boonstra and Maria Kiridou, these two young scullers out there on the water. Bente Boonstra from School Club in Amsterdam, and she's absolutely going for it. This is her first major international race in the women's single scull, so she's trying to get into that position, see if she can get back into the top of these scullers out there as they come into the red buoys.
Ja, und in den roten Bojen ist es immer noch Tatjana Klimovic, die hier in Führung ist, die Weißrussin, aber die Chinesin ist da nach wie vor dran. Sie hat die Schlagzahl jetzt auch erhöht und ist jetzt auch bei 35 Schlägen pro Minute. Kann sie die Weißrussin hier nochmals angreifen? Gestern hat es nicht ganz gereicht im Schlussspurt gegen Janine Gmelin und dahinter einen engen Fight zwischen Bente Boonstra aus Holland und der jungen Griechin Maria Kiridou um den dritten Rang. Es sieht hier aber jetzt sehr gut aus für diesen dritten Rang für die Holländerin.
Tatjana Klimovic just holding on to it here as she comes up to the line. But again, a nice sprint from the Chinese sculler Xian Yang. And they're coming up. But Tatjana Klimovic will take the win here in the B final of the women's single sculls. China just behind her. She will take 8th place overall. Then we have Bente Boonstra of the Netherlands coming through, followed by Maria Kiridou of Greece. Then a little bit of open water back currently to Giovanna Arsic of Serbia. And then coming through in 6th in this B final is Kenia Lechuga Alanes.
Und im B-Final werden die Ränge 7 bis 12 verteilt. Gewonnen hat das B-Finale die Weißrussin Tatjana Klimovic vor der Chinesin und der Holländerin. Rang 4 für Griechenland, Rang 5 für Serbien und Rang 6 Mexiko.
Coming down now, the B final of the men's single sculls. From lane 1, we have Belgium, Belarus, Greece, Japan, Italy 2, and the Czech Republic. They're already through 1,000 meters. Camilla, how do you see it from your vantage point?
Yeah, yet another very competitive event here, even in the B final, and it is the 24-year-old Greek Stefanos Tuskas who won the European qualification regatta to get this boat to Tokyo, but he sits a length up now on Filip Pavuku of Belarus, who failed to qualify at last weekend's final Olympic qualification regatta. It's then the Italian, the young 19-year-old Gennaro Di Mauro. He was fourth at the Junior World Championships, and he's currently getting the better of the silver medalist from that same event. Tristan van der Busche of Belgium sits half a length back on the Italian, which would be a real upset for these two young scullers. Then right out the back, and I feel that I think he's decided this isn't his regatta, Ondřej Synek of the Czech Republic.
Das Rennen wird hier im B-Finale des Männereiners von Stefanos Tsitsipas aus Griechenland angeführt. Er hat etwa 1,5 Längen Vorsprung auf Filip Pavuku aus Weißrussland. Filip Pavuku war 2019 an der EM hier auf dem Rotsee noch auf dem Podium. Nun ist er im B-Finale und es sieht so aus, dass er sich auf dem 2. Platz und 8. Schlussrang einreihen wird. Vielleicht etwas überraschend, ganz am Schluss des Feldes der 5-fache Weltmeister und 3-fache Olympiasieger Ondřej Synek. Er kommt dieses Wochenende nicht so auf Touren und hat wohl entschieden, dass er einfach nun ins Ziel fahren wird und gar nicht versuchen möchte, die anderen Boote anzugreifen.
Well, this was the point in yesterday's semi-final that the Greek Tuskas just had a bit of a wobble, Tim. How's he looking out there right now?
Yeah, Camilla, he's looking very well it certainly looked better than he did yesterday at this stage of the race, still hammering along at 34 strokes a minute. A very dynamic style from the young Greek sculler, and he's followed by Pavuku from Belarus in second position. Third is currently Gennaro Di Mauro, the junior record holder with 5:45.5 on the Concept 2 ergometer, so plenty of power in that sculler from Italy, and just passing me, and clearly not his race. Ondřej Synek just passing me in 6th position, but still it's a very good race from Stefanos Tsitsipas from Greece, and I think he will be able to keep this up all the way down to the line.
I think he will too, Tim. We just saw him have a bit of a wobble, as Camilla said yesterday, just getting him into the B final instead of the A final. But he's out there to the lead as they come towards us in the finish tower.
Ja, und das sieht ganz gut aus noch für einen Startzielsieg des Griechen Stefanos Tsitsipas. Er ist hier wirklich sehr souverän unterwegs. Gestern hat es dann auf den letzten Metern ein bisschen gefehlt, aber heute dieser 7. Schlussrang an der Lucerne Regatta, der will sich der Grieche holen. Aber dahinter ist es nach wie vor sehr spannend. Immer noch am besten sieht es aus für den Weißrussen, aber auch der Italiener und der Japaner sind hier noch im Rennen.
So coming up to the line, Stefanos Tsitsipas of Greece looking set to take the win in the B final, but a fantastic sprint from the Japanese sculler out there in lane 4, trying to push back up on Belarus's Filip Pavuku. But coming up to the line, Belarus takes the 2nd spot just behind Greece. Then we have Japan coming through in 3rd. 4th will go to the young Gennaro Di Mauro of Italy, 5th going to Belgium's Tristan van der Busche, and 6th going to Ondřej Synek. I think, as Camilla said, not his regatta here on the Rotsee.
Gewonnen wurde der B-Finale Männer-Einer von Griechenland vor Belarus und Japan. Rang 4 geht Italien das zweite Boot, Rang 5 Belgien und im 6. Platz rudert Ondřej Synek nach Hause.
Coming down now, the B final of the lightweight men's double sculls. In lane 1, Chile. In lane 2, Poland. Lane 3, the United States of America. In lane 4, Switzerland. Lane 5, Portugal 1. And in lane 6, China. They're quickly approaching the 1,000-meter mark with the Chileans out to the lead at this stage in the race.
Yes, Gillian, that's quite a surprise, actually. I'd noted that they were last in their semi-final, and as they come through 1,000 metres, they're half a length up on the chasing field. That is so close, and I'm sure my co-commentator here will be very pleased to see the Swiss pairing, the 19-year-olds, just inching into 2nd position ahead of Poland, the US and China. It's only Portugal that set some way back off this pace in a very fiery B final of the lightweight men's double sculls.
Ja, es waren die Chilenen, welche hier einen Blitzstart hingelegt haben und die ersten 1000 Meter als erste zurückgelegt haben. Aber die anderen Boote, insbesondere aus Polen und der Schweiz, schließen nun gerade auf das Boot von Chile und überholen es sogar. Nun sind es die Polen mit Artur Mikalajczewski am Schlag, der erfahrene Leichtgewichtsruder, welcher im Finale an den letzten Olympischen Spielen gerudert hat hier die Spitze übernommen. Aber auch das Schweizer Boot ist immer noch sehr, sehr gut im Rennen. Die beiden jungen Ruderer aus Zug und Morsch machen einen fantastischen Job hier auf dem Rotsee. Rafael Almada, der Schlagmann, wurde erst gerade vor 3 Tagen 20-jährig und zeigt, dass er trotz seines jungen Alters eine große Erfahrung hat.
Well, moving into the lead now, Poland, and I'm sure Łukasz Pisotski's Lee Rowing Club team back home in the UK will be very pleased to see them moving up into 7th position overall, with Artur Mikalajczewski taking them through 36 strokes a minute, Tim.
Wow, what a fantastic B final, Camilla. It's indeed, as you mentioned, the Polish crew in the lead at 1500 meters, but a great charge from the young Swiss crew who are currently, I think, in 2nd position, and also the Americans coming to the front of the race. The Chileans slipping back with 500 meters to go into 5th position, and don't forget the Chinese on the far side of the lake that are also hammering along and currently, I think, in 3rd position. But a great little move from the Polish to take the lead just in front of the 1500 meter mark. But can they keep that lead all the way down to the finish?
I don't know, Tim. They've gone up to 38 strokes a minute. The United States up to 39 strokes a minute. The Swiss under rating at 36. They might have another gear as they come up towards the line, but watch out too for China at 37 strokes a minute. They're all dashing towards the line now.
Was für ein Bild in diesem B-Finale. Die Boote sind aufgereiht und die Schweizer haben noch ein bisschen länger tiefer geschlagen und sind so ein bisschen zurückgebunden. Aber sie können vielleicht jetzt noch einmal angreifen. Liegt noch alles drin. Nach wie vor die Bootsspitze der Polen in Führung vor der USA, so wie es aussieht. Und dann die Chilenen und die Chinesen, Entschuldigung, auf der anderen Seite. Und die Schweizer sind aber noch mitten im Geschehen.
China, I think, having the best sprint here. They've gone up to 41 strokes a minute. The Polish trying to hang on. The Americans in the middle lane trying to stay with them. And the Swiss just falling slightly out the back of this pack as they come up towards the line. I think it's going to be China to take the win in the B final. And then it was too close between the Polish and the United States of America. I'll wait for that to confirm it. We had Switzerland then coming through in 4th, Chile in 5th, and Portugal won, crossing the line in 6th.
Ein weiteres wunderbares Rennen dieses jungen Schweizer Duos. Hier der B-Final des Männerleichtgewichtsdoppel-Zweier. Gewonnen wurde das Rennen von den sprintstarken Chinesen vor den Polen und den Vereinigten Staaten von Amerika. 4. Rang für das Schweizer Duo, dann Chile im 5. und Portugal im 6. Rang dieses B-Finals.
Confirming those places across the line in the B final, China coming across first. Then it went to Poland, just a fraction of a second ahead of the United States of America, followed by Switzerland, Chile, and Portugal won. We now have just a few minutes break until we start with the first A final. That gets underway at 10:15 for the A final of the women's pair. Up next, the A final of the women's pair, presented by Securitas AG.
Und das nächste Rennen ist der A-Finale im Frauenzweier ohne, präsentiert von der Securitas AG.
Lining up in this race, in lane 1, Ireland 2, lane 2, Ireland 1, lane 3, Spain, lane 4, Romania, lane 5, Chile, and lane 6, the Czech Republic.
Bahn 1 Irland 2, Bahn 2 Irland 1, Bahn 3 Spanien, Bahn 4 Rumänien, Bahn 5 Chile, Bahn 6 Tschechien.
Up there at the start line, Ireland 2 in the stroke seat, Tara Hanlon in the bow seat, Claire Fierick. In lane 2, Ireland 1, Ailey Crowley and Monika Dukarska. They finished 6th at the European Championships in 2021. In lane 3, the European bronze medalists from Spain, Ainat Sid and Virginia Diaz-Rivas. In lane 4, the European silver medalists from Romania, Adriana Elencai and Juliana Buhus. And in lane 5, from Chile, Melita Abraham and Antonia Abraham. In lane 6, from the Czech Republic, in the bow seat, Anna Santrikova, and in the stroke seat, Pavlina Flamikova. And they're off in the women's pair, the first A final of this morning. A quick start, and we're riding there with the Romanian crew. Fantastic 50 strokes a minute off the start from Romania. But a very good start from all 6 crews.
Und die Boote sind erfolgreich gestartet zum ersten A-Finale des heutigen Tages. Am besten aus den Blöcken gekommen ist Rumänien. Sie haben eine frühe Führung oder eigentlich nach dem Start die Führung vor dem irischen Boot, das erste Boot und den Chileninnen.
So we saw Romania and Spain challenge each other at the European Championships just 1 month ago. Romania got the better of that race. The question is, will they get the better of this race as well? But a very quick start from all crews, seeing Ireland 1 pushing their bow up there as well. Romania currently out into the lead with the Spanish, and the Chileans also staying in the mix at this very early stage of the race. Just the Romanian bow showing out in front.
Ja, und in dieser sehr frühen Phase des Rennens gelingt es diesen rumänischen Vize-Europameisterinnen hier also die Führung zu übernehmen. Sie wollen das Rennen von vorne wegfahren, aber die Irinnen auf der Bahn 2, das erste Boot, wie auch die Chileninnen, die beiden Zwillingsschwestern, sie sind ja Vierlinge, die sind alle unterwegs an dieser Regatta. Melita Abraham und Antonia Abraham sind da auch sehr gut unterwegs. In dieser Bootsklasse ist das Rennen noch sehr lang, da kann noch sehr viel passieren. Nach wie vor ein enges Start zu diesem Rennen, alle Boote hier beieinander.
The Abraham sisters of Chile, they just missed out on qualification last weekend at the final Olympic qualification regatta, but they're here challenging the Romanians in that second spot currently, coming through the 500-meter mark. A fantastic result for this young Chilean crew, stepping up to the senior level. They've been so successful at the under-23 level in this boat class, and now they're trying to show their colors here in the senior level. Romania out to that lead, with Spain just trailing at this stage in the race. A little bit of a sluggish start from the Spanish crew, but out there on the water, Camilla following along this entire race. Romania having a fantastic row out there on the Rotsee.
Yeah, as we'd expect them to, Gillian. The European silver medalist behind the British, who are absent from this World Cup due to injury, has opened the door here for the Romanians to really take advantage of this glassy flat water we've got here in Lucerne. We've had a little bit of wind, a tiny breath of headwind, but nothing to affect the water so far. And that is great conditions for pairs rowing, which of course, this combination of Buhus and Alenkai of Romania Romania, coached by Antonio Colomanici. So experienced. They were European champions back in Poznan in October, and they're just really levering the boat. 36 strokes a minute being set by Juliana Buhus in the stroke seats. And although a slower time through the heats than that direct qualification than the Spanish who sit in the lane next to them, I think they had a lot more gears to give. Looking back at that developing race for second, it is still the Abraham sisters from Chile, but I think a lot more experience to the right-hand side of them. We can expect a really good sprint from both Spain and Ireland, who are closing in with every stroke through this 1000.
Es sind die Rumäninnen, welche vom ersten Schlag die Führung in diesem Rennen übernommen haben und nun bei 1000 Meter etwa eine Länge vor den Booten aus Chile, Spanien und Irland das Feld hier anführen. Am Schluss des Feldes ist es Irland 2 und die Tschechinnen, welche um den Platz 5 und 6 in diesem ersten A-Finale des Tages kämpfen.
Well, as the intensity cranks up through the morning, these are the first medals we have at stake here on the Sunday of the second World Cup of the season. And the Romanians still not quite breaking clear of the chasing pack. There is the tiniest bit of overlap between their stern and the Chilean and Spanish bows, but Spain really moving now. They're closing in. They've moved through into second place as we probably expect them to. Virginia Diaz-Rivas in the stroke seat, setting them off 37 strokes a minute, overrating them by just 1 pip, the Romanians, as they move now towards 500 metres to go, Tim.
Yes, Camilla, and it's looking good for those two crews, looking for the first medals of this regatta. And the Romanians look a bit ragged, I have to say, with in the third quarter compared to the Spanish pair right beside them in lane number 3. The bronze medalists from Varese looking very good at this stage of the race, and they're actually closing down the lead. The Romanians have, they're almost a canvas behind, and they were almost 3/4 of a length behind the Romanian crew. So I think the Spanish have taken the initiative in this race. They try to break clear of the Romanians, who know how to sprint, but the Spanish look definitely in a commanding position, looking very good in this third quarter, with half a boat length up over the Romanians, now in silver medal position, and the Irish currently in bronze position. But a fantastic race by the Chilean pair too. Now they are in 4th position, but they have a chance. They have an opportunity to get a bronze medal or perhaps even a silver if the Romanians keep slipping further back. But great race from the Spanish, out in front, going for that first gold of the regatta.
It is. It's almost a Kiwi pair style strategy. They started off slow and they just trucked their way through the middle section of the race, coming up to the lead, overtaking the Romanians who had that fast start. And they're coming towards the red buoys now, with the Spanish looking absolutely dominant for this gold medal win at in the A final of the women's pair.
Was für ein Auftritt der Spanierinnen mit diesem ruhigen Start, aber ab 1000 Meter haben sie den Turbo gezündet und sie sind das absolut schnellste Boot im Feld, haben die roten Bojen erreicht, also noch 250 Meter zu rudern für dieses spanische Duo, das sich jetzt eine Länge hat absetzen können von den Rumäninnen, die ihrem hohen Anfangstempo Tribut zollen, aber es sieht gut aus. Sie haben nach wie vor eine Länge Vorsprung vor den beiden Booten aus Irland und Chile, die sich hier um den 3. Rang duellieren. Ich denke, es wird ganz schwierig für diese beiden Boote, sich noch an die Rumäninnen heranzuschieben, aber wo der 3. Platz hingeht, ist definitiv noch nicht entschieden.
The European bronze medalists from Spain looking set to take this win. A fantastic row from this Spanish crew. Such a patiently timed race to come through the center, the middle portion of the race, just storming through to take the lead. Romania slipping back. I think they might be for the taking for the Irish crew on the near side to us here in lane 2. Can Ireland sneak past the Romanians to claim that silver medal? But I'm not sure they can. Spain takes the win in the A final of the women's pair, and then it's anything but I think Romania stay with the silver medal and Ireland bronze, but I'll confirm that for you as it comes up on the screen. Chile just miss out in that 4th position, and then coming across the line now will be Ireland 2 and the Czech Republic, but I'm not sure in what order either, so I'll wait for those positions to come up on the screen.
Die Spanierinnen gewinnen dieses Rennen in überzeugender Manier. Für den zweiten Platz, da müssen wir noch kurz die offizielle Anzeige abwarten. Eine ganz enge Entscheidung zwischen Rumänien und Irland, dem ersten Boot. Dahinter dann die Chileninnen im 4. Rang und auch für 5 und 6 müssen wir das Resultat abwarten.
So it was Spain for the win. Behind them, Ireland takes the silver medal and Romania bronze through in the women's pair. The medal final for the men's pair. This race is presented by Hirslanden Klinik St. Anna.
A-Finale im Männer-Zweierone, präsentiert von der Hirslanden Klinik St. Anna.
In lane 1, Romania. In lane 2, Italy. In lane 3, Serbia. In lane 4, France 1. In lane 5, Great Britain. And in lane 6, Belarus.
Bahn 1 Rumänien, Bahn 2 Italien, Bahn 3 Serbien, Bahn 4 Frankreich 1, Bahn 5 Großbritannien, Bahn 6 Weißrussland.
So in lane 1 for Romania, Marius Vasile Kosmiuk and Cyprian Tudosa. In lane 2, the European silver medalists from Italy, Matteo Lodo and Giuseppe Vincino. In lane 3, the European bronze medalists from Serbia, Martin Makovic and Milos Vasic. In lane 4, from France, Thibaut Turlin and Guillaume Turlin. And in lane 5, from Great Britain, Oliver Wilkes and Matt Tarrant. In lane 6 for Belarus, Dmitry Furman and Ciare Vladsko.
Romania, Italy, Serbia, France, Great Britain, Belarus. Attention.
And they're off in the A final of the men's pair. We saw the French just getting out to a very quick lead there, pushing their nose out in front of the Serbians. But we'll see these two crews in the middle lanes and obviously keeping an eye on those European silver medalists from Italy in lane 2.
Mit kräftigen Schlägen sind die Boote gestartet im Männer-Zweierone. Das französische Brüderpaar Turlin, die sind am schnellsten aus den Blöcken gekommen. Aber das ist natürlich eine ganz enge Sache und jetzt eine frühe Führung für das italienische Boot auf der Bahn 2.
Showing early in this race as well, the Romanians. They were 4th back at the European Championships, but they have so much experience in this Romanian crew. They were European champions back in 2020 in Poznan, and they've just got off to a nice start, but I think this is going to be a very close race. France won. The Turlin twins there having a fantastic season. This regatta may mean that they've secured that spot for France to represent the men's pair at the Tokyo Olympic Games, and right now they're making the best of it, going stroke for stroke with the crew from Serbia.
Und es ist aktuell das Boot aus Frankreich und aus Serbien, die gemeinsam dieses Rennen anführen. Aber da ist dicht dahinter auch sind die Rumänen, alles hochkarätige Boote, die hier im A-Finale sich treffen bei diesem zweiten Weltcup, bei dieser zweiten Weltcup-Station. Noch einmal werden dann die Boote aufeinandertreffen vor den Olympischen Spielen in Tokio.
So coming through the 500-meter mark, Serbia making their presence known, coming through in that first spot, just followed by France 1 and Romania. They're powering your way. Camilla, how is this race shaping up?
Yeah, a very competitive A final indeed here in the men's pair, and shaping up really well for a crew that's had a great season so far. Milos Vasic and Martin Makovic from Serbia won the heat on Friday, and the winners of the other heat, France here, like you say, Gillian, perhaps the choice for the French selectors. Samuel Barret, the French coach, now with a little bit more clarity going into Tokyo, as this combination of the Toulon brothers sit now in the pack in second place, but coming through them now, both the Romanians and the Italians, the Olympic bronze medalists from the men's four in Giuseppe Vicino and Matteo Lodo, they struck 41 strokes a minute down the course in their repechage, and they're up now at 39, going with Romania to overtake France into second and third place.
Im Moment sind es die Serben mit Milos Vasic am Schlag, welche das Rennen hier anführen und sich der 1000-Meter-Marke als Erste nähern. Dahinter tobt aber ein Kampf zwischen den Rumänen, Italien und auch die Tourlan-Brüder aus Frankreich sind noch ganz gut dabei. Aber wir wissen, die Italiener können am Schluss sehr stark aufdrehen und unter Umständen noch mehr als eine Bootslänge gut machen. Das heißt, für die Serben ist die Sache noch lange nicht gegessen. 2019 haben sie schon einmal einen Weltcup gewonnen gegen die Sinkovic-Brüder, welche hier nun nicht am Start sind. Das heißt, sie werden sicherlich zuschauen und sich bereit machen für die Olympischen Spiele, wenn die Boote wieder aufeinandertreffen.
Well, certainly looking very good here for the Serbians. They're just floating forwards. Vasic and Makovic, they're underrating the field by just 1 pip, but it's very obvious to see how much time they have here. But just as they move through this 1250 meter marker, I think they've just seen the challenge that's coming from the Italians, closing in on them in lane number 2. They've got up to 40 strokes a minute in the Italian crew. A signature move here for this pairing, Tim.
Yes, we can see them approaching my commentary position at the 1500 meter mark, and it looks very good indeed for the crew from Serbia. Rating still at 39 strokes a minute, but right next to them it's the Italians already at rate 40. And don't forget the 2020 European champions from Romania on the far side of the lake. They're definitely into bronze medal position, as the French Tourlan twins are dropping back in the field. They are having a bit of a struggle in this third quarter and look a bit unstable as they come past my commentary position, but it looks very smooth and very composed from the Serbian Milos Vasic in the stroke seat, now also at 40 strokes a minute, a boat length up on the Italians, who are a half a boat length up on the Romanians on the far side, with the Brits currently in fourth position, the Tourlan twins dropping back, and the crew from Belarus currently in last position, having a lot of work to do, but it's looking very good for Serbia, but watch for the Italian sprint to the line.
Yeah, the Italians up at 42 strokes a minute. Still, they're absolutely powering home, but I think Serbia might have done enough early on in this race. They're at 40 strokes a minute. They might have another gear as they come rattling towards the red buoys.
Was für ein dominanter Auftritt hier an dieser Regatta des serbischen Duos, und die Italiener, die geben jetzt alles, die EM-Zweiten in Varese auf Heimwässern, die wollen hier nochmals angreifen und sie fahren auch nochmals auf mit dem höchsten Boatspeed. Nein, dieser wurden sie gerade abgelöst von den Rumänen, die ihrerseits drücken. Gelingt es hier Rumänien und Italien nochmal an die führenden Serben heranzukommen, die Serben, die nach wie vor auf Schlagzahl 42 geblieben sind, Italien und Rumänien jetzt bei 44 und 45 Schlägen in der Minute, aber die Serben haben früh viel gemacht. Reicht das ihnen über die Ziellinie?
Italy's up to 45 strokes a minute trying to get back on Serbia. Romania at 43 strokes a minute trying to claim that bronze medal. But watch out for the British as they're coming through. They're trying to get into the medal contention here. Romania on the near side powering home, but I think Serbia is going to do it. They're going to hang on as they come up to the line. They will take the gold medal in the men's pair, but the silver will go to Italy, and the bronze, I'm not sure, between Romania and the British. A fantastic race there. The French will come through together with the crew from Belarus. I'm going to wait for those positions to come up on the screen. Fast and furious racing here in the A final for the men's pair.
Und die Serben haben genug gemacht. Sie gewinnen diesen A-Final im Zweier ohne vor Italien, das Rumänien gerade noch hinter sich lassen kann. Rang 4 für Rumänien. Rang 3 für Rumänien, Entschuldigung, Rang 4 für Großbritannien, 5 für Frankreich und 6. Platz für Belarus.
Confirming those places for you. Serbia through with the win. Silver medal goes to Italy. Romania will take the bronze, then followed by Great Britain in the 4th place. 5th went to France, 1, and 6th to Belarus. The victory ceremony for the women's pair.
Die Siegerehrung für den Frauen-Zweier.
This race is presented by Securitas AG.
Dieses Rennen wird präsentiert von der Securitas AG.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Gewinnerinnen der Bronzemedaille.
Romania. Romania represented by
Rumänien vertreten durch
Adriana Alentai and Juliana Buhus. Winners of the silver medal.
Gewinnerinnen der Silbermedaille.
Ireland. Ireland represented by
Irland vertreten durch
Ely Crowley and Monika Dukarska. Winners of the gold medal and World Rowing Cup leaders.
Gewinnerinnen der Goldmedaille und Weltcup-Führende.
Spain. Spain represented by
Spanien vertreten durch Aina Sid und Virginia Diaz Rivas.
Let's hear it for all our athletes.
Applaus für unsere Athletinnen.
Up next, the A final of the women's quadruple sculls. This race is presented by Mahler-Schulterbeck.
Das nächste Rennen ist der A-Final im Frauendoppelvierer, präsentiert von Mahler-Schlotterbeck.
Lining up in this race, Germany, Italy, Switzerland, Poland, China and the Netherlands.
Bahn 1 Deutschland, Bahn 2 Italien, Bahn 3 die Schweiz, Bahn 4 Polen, Bahn 5 China und Bahn 6 Holland.
In lane 1, the European bronze medalists, Germany, stroked by Frieda Hemmeling. In lane 2, the crew from Italy, stroked by Stefania Gobi. In lane 3, the young Swiss crew, stroked by Pascal Walker. In lane 4, the world silver medalists, Poland, stroked by Katarzyna Silman. And in lane 5, the world champions from China, stroked by Cui Xiaodong. First time this Chinese crew has been back since the 2019 World Rowing Championships. And in lane 6, the European champions from the Netherlands, stroked by Nicole Buikers. Just the final preparations up there at the start for the A final of the women's quadruple sculls.
Germany, Italy, Switzerland, Poland, China, the Netherlands. Attention.
And they're off in the A final of the women's quadruple sculls. We just saw a very quick start from the Chinese and the Dutch in lanes 5 and 6. These two crews looking to battle it out here on the waters of the Rothsee. But this is going to be a fantastic final in the women's quadruple sculls.
Und wir sind da im Frauen-Doppelvierer-Finale und mittendrin auf Bahn 3 das Schweizer Boot. Es sind hier die Weltmeisterinnen am Start, die Europameisterinnen, die Vize-Weltmeisterinnen. Was für eine Gelegenheit für dieses Schweizer Boot hier wirklich sich auf höchstem Niveau zu messen. Sie haben nicht ganz einfache Wochen hinter sich. Salome Ulrich ist die Ersatzfrau im Boot für Fabian Schweizer, die einen zum Glück ohne Symptome positiven Test hatte und deswegen musste sich auch das Boot von der Quali zurückziehen. Aber da alle negativ getestet wurden, wurden sie hier für dieses Rennen zugelassen. Pascal Walker-Schlag, Lisa Lötscher, die hier auf ihrem Heimgewässer rudert, die Ruderin vom Seeklub Lucerne und Ella von der Schulenburg, also mitten in der Weltklasse. Und das Rennen entwickelt sich ganz schnell.
We can absolutely see the prowess of this Chinese crew. They've taken half a boat length out of the rest of the field in the first few hundred meters of this race. They're looking to win here, the world champions from China. But going with them at this very early stage are the crew from Germany, the European bronze medalists. They've solidified their lineup that will be heading to Tokyo, and they're absolutely trying to prove it here. They go through the 500-meter mark in that second spot, with the Netherlands following behind in third. So as we progress in this race, let's catch up with Camilla out there on the water.
Thanks, Gillian. Yes, and very little sign of the threatened wind yet here this morning. Still a very light head breeze that we've got for these quadruple sculls, but they're far too nimble to be caught up in that. And it is the Chinese world champion crew that we've seen back here for the first time since Linz that lead the charge here. They've got the fastest moving boat on the water. Even still, as they come towards us here at the 1,000-meter marker, they keep on moving away. But moving with them, well, it's still the German crew, the winners from Zagreb just a few weeks ago, with Frieda Hameling in the stroke seats, just wanting to keep them in touch with the world champions. This crew has been building and building this combination, and certainly they're just looking to enjoy it and get the best performance possible. And it certainly will be a good performance if they manage to overhaul the Dutch, the European champions, who beat them back in Varese. Nicole Bikers in the stroke seats have got them coming down the course at 37 strokes a minute as they charge into third place.
Die Chinesinnen haben schon im Testrennen ein Startzielsieg hingelegt und es sieht nun wieder so aus, als ob sie dieses Rennen vom Start bis ins Ziel dominieren könnten. Dahinter, hinter den Chinesinnen, tobt ein Kampf um die Medaillen zwischen Deutschland, Holland, aber auch Polen und Italien, welche nicht weit zurück sind. Etwas weiter zurück sind die Schweizerinnen, das junge Schweizer Boot, welches letztes Jahr mit ihrem 6. Platz an der Europameisterschaften aufhorchen ließ, sind immer noch in Tuchfühlung mit den Booten aus Polen und Italien und werden alles daran setzen, jetzt auf den zweiten 1000 Metern nochmals etwas ranzufahren.
Wow, the lift on that Chinese boat is coming up and out of the water with every single stroke. They're so connected through the drive, and they continue to move away from the scrap for the medals going on between Germany, that are now really in danger from the charging Dutch and Italian crews. This Italian crew coming right back into the mix. And in fact, it's the previous world champions from Plovdiv, Poland, that find themselves out at the back of the field. How unlikely for the silver medalists from Linz to find themselves out of the medals. The Swiss also back there as well. But my word, what an impressive performance here. And I think we knew it, Tim, from the Chinese.
Indeed, Camilla, we did. We saw it coming in the test race earlier, this regatta. The Chinese were in great shape coming here to Lucerne, and the 2019 world champions, they won every regatta they entered in 2019, and I think they will try to emulate that performance here in 2021, running up to the Tokyo Olympics. They look so good, it's very composed, they look relaxed, it's a nice machine-like cohesion in the Chinese quad. Their length of clear water up on the Germans in second position, and the Italians have moved into the bronze medal, but the Polish are not out of a medal just yet. The Dutch are struggling in fifth position, and it is the crew from the young Swiss crew who are currently trailing slightly, but it's a great final just to come, because the German crew looks a bit ragged at this stage. The Italians may grab that silver medal, but the gold, that's surely must go to China, Gillian.
It must, Tim. What a fantastic performance from the Chinese. We were all anticipating to see their speed out here on the water, and they are proving it, looking absolutely splendid ahead of the rest of the field. But the lesser medals are yet to be determined as they come to the red buoys.
Und die Dominatorinnen von 2019 aus China wollen auch die Dominatorinnen oder wollen auch das Jahr 2021 zu ihrem Jahr werden lassen, so wie das aussieht. Ihre ganz überzeugende Vorstellung hier. Aber dahinter sind die Deutschen nach wie vor in sehr aussichtsreicher Position. Die EM-Dritten von 2021 kämpfen hier insbesondere mit Italien um diesen zweiten Rang. Das ist eine ganz enge Sache. Das deutsche Boot inzwischen auch mit Schlagzahl 41 unterwegs und dem gleich hohen Boatspeed wie die Italienerinnen, aber auch die Holländerinnen und die Polinnen nach wie vor dabei.
The Italians having a fantastic race here. They're trying to push back on the German crew for that silver medal, but I think it's going to be too late. China crosses the line to take the gold in the women's quadruple sculls. Germany looking set to take the silver, just ahead of the sprinting Italian crew for bronze. Then coming through the line, Poland will come through in fourth, Switzerland in fifth, and the Netherlands in sixth.
Und gewonnen hat das Rennen China vor den Deutschen, die den Angriff der Italienerinnen abwehren konnten. Diese wurden Rang 4 für Polen und 5. Platz für die Schweiz vor Holland.
The victory ceremony for the men's pair.
Die Siegerehrung für den Männer Zweier.
This race is presented by Here's London Clinic St. Anna.
Dieses Rennen wird präsentiert von der Hirslanden Klinik St. Anna.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Gewinner der Bronzemedaille.
Romania. Romania represented by
Rumänien vertreten durch
Marius Vasilis Kosmiuk and Cyprian Tudosa. Winners of the silver medal.
Gewinner der Silbermedaille.
Italy. Italy represented by
Italien vertreten durch
Matteo Lodo and Giuseppe Vincino. Winners of the gold medal.
Gewinner der Goldmedaille.
Serbia. Serbia represented by
Serbien vertreten durch
Martin Makovic and Milos Vasic. And last but not least, the leaders of the World Rowing Cup.
das führende Boot im Gesamtweltcup.
France. Let's hear it for all our athletes.
Applaus für unsere Athleten.
And the A final for the men's quadruple sculls. This race is presented by Schätzle AG.
A-Final im Männer Doppelvierer, präsentiert von der Schätzle AG.
Lining up in this race, Poland, Great Britain, Italy, the Netherlands, Germany, and China.
Bahn 1 Polen, Bahn 2 Großbritannien, Bahn 3 Italien, Bahn 4 Holland, Bahn 5 Deutschland, Bahn 6 China.
In lane 1, the silver medalist from the World Championships in 2019, Poland, stroked by Fabian Baranski. In lane 2, they were 5th at the European Championships, Great Britain, stroked by Jack Beaumont. In lane 3, the European champions, Italy, stroked by Giacomo Gentili. And in lane 4, the defending world champions, the Netherlands, stroked by Koen Metzenmakers. And in lane 5, the crew from Germany, stroked by Max Appel. And in lane 6, China, stroked by Zhang Guan.
Poland, Great Britain, Italy, the Netherlands, Germany, China. Attention.
And that's a go in the A final of the men's quadruple sculls. Just off the start, a very quick start from the Dutch and the Italians in those two center lanes, seeing more than 50 strokes per minute coming up on our screen there. And the Dutch making the best of it at this very early stage of the race.
Alles, was Rang und Namen hat, ist in Doppelviererrennen am Start. Und es sind die beiden Innenbahnen, die hier am besten losgekommen sind. Die Weltmeister aus Holland und die Europameister amtierenden aus Italien. Aber auch das deutsche Boot, noch Fünfte in Linz an der letzten WM 2019, will hier ein Wort mitreden. Also ein Weltklassefeld, das wir hier im Start haben im A-Finale.
It is absolutely a world-class field here in the men's quadruple sculls. We see the Dutch going out with the Italians here, the reigning world champions and the reigning European champions in the center lanes there. And then the Polish crew in lane 1. They had silver back from the World Championships back in 2019, and they're making their presence be felt here as they're riding currently in that third position as these crews come up towards that 400-meter mark.
Und es sind die Holländer, die jetzt bei 400 Meter etwa die Führung haben, aber ganz eng natürlich mit den Italienern. Also die Weltmeister, die wollen den amtierenden Europameister hier zeigen, wer da noch Weltmeister ist. Und das wird aber ganz eng und da werden sich heute alle noch einmal die Karten zeigen müssen.
So the Dutch taking half a boat length here as they come through 500 meters, but we know the Italians can sprint, so there's still a lot left to play in this race. Camilla, how's it looking out there from the 1,000-meter mark?
Yes, it's calmed right down again here at the halfway point, and that will be great to see these quads pierce through the water. One of the best boat classes to watch, I think. But I think the Dutch learning some lessons from back at the European Championships where they found themselves down to the Italians at this point in the race. And I think something that the Dutch are not experienced in. They're used to a boastful lead like they had at Linz when they won the World Championships a year and a bit ago. But here they are now. They're 38 strokes a minute as they approach us here at the 1,000-meter marker, and the Italians dropping backwards. The Dutch still with the fastest moving boat on the water. They're pulling away from the Italians as they slip back through the field, and then, well, the bronze medal fight really is on between the silver medalists from that same World Championships, Poland, who sits over in lane 1, not used to seeing them in an outside lane, and the Chinese, who are having a great race here over in lane number 6.
Es war die große Überraschung an den Europameisterschaften in Varese, als die Italiener das allmächtige holländische Boot geschlagen haben, aber hier sind sie wieder zurück, die Holländer, und machen wieder Anschauungsunterricht, wie ein Doppelvierer gerudert werden soll. Hinter diesen beiden Booten gibt es einen großen Kampf für den dritten Rang. Momentan sind die Boote aus Deutschland, China, Großbritannien und Polen nicht weit voneinander getrennt. Also es wird nochmals sehr, sehr spannend, wer hier die Bronzemedaillen gewinnen kann. Aber ich denke, Gold und Silber sind vergeben.
Well, the sun has come out here on the road, say, and it is stunning stuff here. The Dutch back on top. Koen Metzemarker's crew in the driving seat here, taking his men down the course with more and more of a dominant lead. But the fight behind, Italy still sit in the silver medal position, and Great Britain now making that very characteristic charge through this third 500 to pull up alongside Poland. China slipping back now, Tim.
It's going to be a great race for the bronze medal, but out in front it's the crew from the Netherlands looking imperious. They took it almost 2.5 seconds out of the Italian European champions in the middle kilometer, and they're stretching out every single stroke. They have actually broken clear in the third quarter of this race, passing the 1500 meter mark in 4:20.88, and the Italians having a lot of work to do in the final 500. But I reckon the Dutch want to stay out of the charge for the line, and they are taking no prisoners with 400 meters left to row. But it's going to be a great race, as I mentioned, between Great Britain and Poland for that bronze medal. And it's the crew from China also still trying to claw back, but I think the Chinese have left it too late. So the Netherlands in front, followed by Italy, and then it's bow ball for bow ball between Poland and Great Britain.
The Dutch are absolutely reigning supreme here on the Roodzee. Koen Metzenmacher, Stonevita, Abbe Wiersma and Dirk Uitenboogaard in that Dutch crew storming towards the line. And we'll keep an eye for those smaller medals here as they come into the red buoys.
Was für ein Auftritt des holländischen Boots. Die Revanche für die Europameisterschaften scheinen zu glücken. Sie haben hier sehr viel, sehr früh gemacht, um auf einen allfälligen italienischen berüchtigten Endspurt reagieren zu können. Die Italiener, die kommen jetzt auch auf, haben ihre Schlagzahl auf 42 erhöht. Aber der Vorsprung für die Holländer ist doch sehr groß. Dahinter aber sind es die Vize-Weltmeister aus Polen, die sich mit Großbritannien duellieren, aber auch die Chinesen, die hier aufkommen. Also für den dritten Rang ist hier noch alles offen.
It's the Dutch out to the lead. They're coming up towards the line. Italy looks secure for that silver medal, and Great Britain has pushed through Poland to take the bronze. So across the line, the Dutch winning here on the Roodzee, followed by Italy, then Great Britain for bronze. Poland just miss out in fourth, and China will come through in fifth, Germany in sixth.
Und Holland gewinnt das Rennen im Männerdoppelvierer vor Italien, Großbritannien im dritten Rang und Polen verpasst als Vierte die Medaille. Rang 5 für China, Rang 6 für Deutschland.
The victory ceremony for the women's quadruple sculls.
Die Siegerehrung zum Frauen-Doppelvierer.
This race is presented by Mahler Schulterbeck.
Dieses Rennen wird präsentiert von Mahler Schlotterbeck.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Gewinnerinnen der Bronzemedaille.
Italy! Italy represented by
Italien, vertreten durch
Valentina Iseppi. Alessandra Montesano. Veronica Lisi. And Stefania Gobi. Winners of the silver medal and World Rowing Cup leaders.
Gewinnerinnen der Silbermedaille und Weltcup-Führende
Germany! Germany represented by
Deutschland, vertreten durch Daniela Schulze, Franziska Kampmann, Carlotta Ndacische, Frida Hämmerling.
winners of the gold medal.
Gewinnerinnen der Goldmedaille.
China! China represented by
China, vertreten durch
Chen Winxia. Zhang Ling. Liu Yang. And Cui Shitong. Let's hear it for all our athletes.
Applaus für alle Athletinnen.
The medal final for the lightweight women's double sculls.
Wir kommen zum A-Finale im Leichtgewichtsfrauen-Doppelzweier, präsentiert von der Felder AG.
Lining up in this race, in lane 1, Great Britain, lane 2, France, lane 3, Russia, lane 4, Japan, lane 5, Romania, and lane 6, Belarus.
Bahn 1 Großbritannien, Bahn 2 Frankreich, Bahn 3 Russland, Bahn 4 Japan, Bahn 5 Rumänien und Bahn 6 Weißrussland.
In lane 1, the British crew. In the bow seat, Emily Craig, and in the stroke seat, Imogen Grant. They were silver at the European Championships back in 2020. In lane 2, the World Cup 1 winners from France. In the bow seat, Laura Tarantola, and in the stroke seat, Claire Beauvais. in lane 3, representing Russia, Anastasia Lebedeva and Maria Butylova. And in lane 4, representing Japan in the bow seat, Chiaki Tomita. And in the stroke seat, Ayami Oishi. In lane 5, Romania in the bow seat, Ionela Livia Kosmiuk. And in the stroke seat, Giannina Elena Beliaga. And in lane 6 for Belarus, Alena Furman and Ina Nikolina. These crews preparing up there at the start, the last few tense moments before they get underway in the A final of the lightweight women's double sculls.
Great Britain, France, Russia, Japan, Romania, Belarus. Attention.
And they're off. The A final of the lightweight women's double sculls. Romania just absolutely shooting out of the blocks there to get their bow to a very early lead. This Romanian crew, they were third at the European Championships back in 2020. A very experienced crew out there on the water. But as we expect in the lightweight categories, very tight racing at this early stage of the race.
Und sehr viel Freude hat uns diese Bootsklasse der Leichtgewichtsfrauen-Doppelzweier letztes Wochenende gemacht. An der finalen Olympia-Qualifikation haben sich Frederik Roll und Patricia Merz im letzten Moment hier noch einen der begehrten Olympiastartplätze gesichert. Und sie werden sicher mit ganz viel Spannung dieses Rennen verfolgen und die Konkurrenz hier beobachten. Wie immer ganz, ganz eng im Leichtgewichtsfrauen-Doppelzweier den besten Start erwischt hat Großbritannien, aber da ist es noch gar nichts zu unterscheiden. Frankreich, Russland, Rumänien, aber auch Belarus sind hier eigentlich gleich auf. Einzig die Japanerinnen ein bisschen langsamer gestartet.
So Great Britain just trying to get their nose back up as well. They've just slipped into the lead, but France is going with them, and Romania is still in the tussle there. I think the only crew to have slipped slightly back at this early stage is Japan, but they're heading towards the 500-meter mark, and we'll check in with Camilla to see how things are out on the water.
Thanks, Gillian. Well, it is gorgeous conditions out here. The sun's still beating down on us at the 1,000-meter marker, but still a little bit of a chill in the air. Those of you who are used to coming to Lucerne, maybe a little bit later in June, not quite as heated conditions as you usually get, but some glorious sunshine. And as I look towards the head of the lake, it is that fight that we were expecting on the outside lanes. Of course, this lightweight women's double scull only had a test race, which is optional for them to attend, so therefore it doesn't seed the lanes in this final, but it's in lanes 1 and 2, Great Britain and France, stroke for stroke. It was the British that had a great charge. Imogen Grant of Cambridge University Boat Club and Emily Craig of the University of London Boat Club looking to contest here head on with Claire Beauvais and Lara Talantola of the French, who are back together after missing the European Championships with Talantola out with injury, but it seems to be going really well for them so far as they exchange blows with Great Britain up at the front of the field. And we can't forget about the Russians, Butylova and Lebedeva here in lane number 3, the centre of the lake, clinging on with all their might up at 37 strokes a minute. They've not settled much like the British and the French have, down at 34 and 35 respectively, but that's your 1, 2, 3.
Die Boote nähern sich der 1000-Meter-Marke und es ist ein heißes Rennen auf den Bahnen 1 und 2. Großbritannien und Frankreich sind auf gleicher Höhe und nähern sich mit jedem Schlag dieser 1000-Meter-Marke. Auf dem dritten Rang momentan die Russinnen, welche sich erst in Varese an der europäischen Qualifikationsregatta für Tokio qualifizieren konnten. Verfolgt werden diese von den zweifachen Weltmeisterinnen aus Rumänien, welche jetzt eben gerade aufgeschlossen haben zum russischen Boot. An der Spitze fährt nun das britische Boot als erste über die 1000-Meter-Marke, aber es ist ganz knapp zwischen den Britinnen und den Französinnen.
Oh, this is fantastic stuff here in this A-final of the lightweight women's double sculls. It was the British that snuck ahead, but the French, the Russians and the Romanians now back into the mix. We cannot write off the 2018 world champions. They've got that Olympic experience from coming 8th at Rio, and they are shifting gears through the field in this third 500 to come up alongside France. It's Russia that's slipping back, with Great Britain still out at the head of the field.
Ja, es sind die Britinnen, welche immer noch das Rennen anführen, aber die Rumäninnen kommen mit jedem Schlag näher und die Französinnen sind immer noch dran. Also wird unglaublich spannend, wer hier das Rennen hier im Leichtgewicht Frauen-Doppelzweier gewinnen wird.
Well, it's all getting heated here. There's 4 crews vying for 3 medals on the podium here. Tim, how's it looking?
Great conditions here, Camilla. Slight tailwind in the second part of the third quarter, and it's a great pace being set by Great Britain on the far side in lane number 1. Imogen Grant and Emily Craig in the bow seat of that crew. They look very good at this stage, but going with them, it's still the crew from France with Laura Tarantola and Claire Beauvais in the stroke seat, still in silver medal position. But as you mentioned, Camilla, it's 4 crews for 3 medals, and the Russians are looking a bit ragged at this stage. It's Romania who are powering through the rest of the field. Much to my surprise, they've already taken a length out of the Russian crew, but Great Britain half a length up on the French. But the initiative at this stage of the race is definitely with Romania. They look great. They have a very high rate of striking and good boat speed, but on the far side, Great Britain still in the lead, but it's half a length, and that's not much with 300 meters left to go, and finishing rhythms starting to unfold. 37, 38 strokes a minute by some crews, but the British still at 36, so they have another gear to go through. But Great Britain still in the lead, in front of France, in front of Romania, and Russia slipping back.
That's right, Tim. That 36 strokes a minute from the British, I think that'll give them another gear as they come into the final sprint, where France is up at 37, Romania is up at 39, that we expect to see from the Romanians. But they really started their sprint early to try and get back into that silver medal contention.
Und die Boote sind in den roten Bojen, und es sind insbesondere die Rumäninnen, die hier noch nicht zufrieden sind mit ihrem zweiten Zwischenplatz, den sie eigentlich mit Frankreich teilen. Die Britinnen nach wie vor in Führung, aber die beiden Boote dahinter, die machen jetzt mächtig Druck. Insbesondere die Rumäninnen, die ziehen hier mit jedem Schlag ein bisschen oder verkleinern den Abstand ein bisschen mit jedem Schlag, und sie schlagen häufig, nämlich 41 Mal in der Minute, haben damit die höchste Schlagzahl. Kann das noch reichen, um die Britinnen abzufangen?
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think anyone can catch the British, but it's going to be ever so close for that silver medal between the French and the Romanians as they come up to the line. Great Britain looking set to take the win here in the lightweight women's double sculls, and I think Romania have done what they needed to do in the sprint. They will take silver ahead of France for bronze. Then looking back at the rest, Russia coming through in that 4th position, and then looking back at the rest of the field, that's Belarus coming through in 5th and Japan in 6th.
Und das Rennen wurde gewonnen von den Britinnen vor dem Boot aus Rumänien und Frankreich. Rang 4 für Russland, Rang 5 für Belarus und Rang 6 dann für Japan.
The victory ceremony for the men's quadruple sculls.
Die Siegerehrung zum Männer-Doppelvierer.
This race is presented by Schützle AG.
Dieses Rennen wird präsentiert von der Schätzle AG.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Gewinner der Bronzemedaille.
Great Britain. Great Britain represented by
Großbritannien vertreten durch
Harry Leask. Angus Groom. Thomas Barras. And Jack Beaumont. Winners of the silver medal.
Gewinner der Silbermedaille.
Italy. Italy represented by
Italien vertreten durch
Simone Venier. Luca Rambaldi. Andrea Panizza. And Giacomo Gentili. Winners of the gold medal.
Gewinner der Goldmedaille.
The Netherlands. The Netherlands represented by
Die Niederlande vertreten durch
Dirk Uitenboogaard. Abe Wiersma. Tone Wiete. And Koen Metzemakers. And last but not least, the leaders of the World Rowing Cup.
Das führende Boot im Gesamtweltcup ist
Poland. Let's hear it for all our athletes.
Applaus für alle unsere Athleten.
The A final for the men's double sculls. This race is presented by Dominic Keller.
Das A-Finale im Männer-Doppelzweier präsentiert von Dominik Keller.
Lining up in this race, in lane 1, the Netherlands won. Lane 2, Great Britain won. Lane 3, China. Lane 4, Ireland. Lane 5, France. And lane 6, Switzerland won.
Bahn 1, Niederlande 1, Bahn 2, Großbritannien 1, Bahn 3, China, Bahn 4, Irland, Bahn 5, Frankreich und Bahn 6, die Schweiz, das erste Boot.
So in lane 1, the European silver medalists, the Netherlands. Melvin Twellaar in the bow seat, Stef Groenink in the stroke seat. In lane 2, European bronze medalists, Great Britain. In the bow seat, Graham Thomas, and in the stroke seat, John Collins. In lane 3, the reigning world champions from China. In the bow seat, Liu Qiuyu. And in the stroke seat, Zhang Lang. And Ireland in lane 4 in the bow seat, Ronan Byrne. And in the stroke seat, Philip Doyle. World silver medalists from 2019. In lane 5, the European champions from France, Hugo Boucheron and Mathieu Androdias. And in lane 6, the home favourites from Switzerland, Barnaby Delars and Roman Rösli.
Hurry up, please. Netherlands, Great Britain, China, Ireland, France, Switzerland. Attention.
And they're off. The A final of the men's double sculls, the much anticipated race of the men's double sculls. This A final, the Chinese there, the world champions from China. They looked so strong coming into this race. We'll expect to see them get out to an early lead, but everything to play with the European champions from France in lane 5.
Es ist das erste ultimative Kräftemessen, darf man glaube ich sagen, in dieser Olympiasaison, in dieser Bootsklasse. Und mit beeindruckender Konstanz immer wieder bei beiden Entscheidungen mit dabei. Barnaby Delars und Roman Rösli. Und Roman Rösli hat es in Aussicht gestellt nach dem Halbfinal. Wenn sie sich noch mehr fokussieren, dann können sie noch schneller rudern. Und sie sind bestens gestartet auf einer Linie mit den Welt- und Europameistern aus China und Irland.
The Swiss coming into this race, their race strategy was go out hard, try to stay with them, and then try to sprint. So we'll see if they can do that, the Swiss crew in lane 6. They're currently up with the rest of the field at this very early stage in the race. The only ones about half a boat length back right now are the Netherlands in lane 1, Melvin Tvelar and Stef Bruning, the European silver medalists from a few weeks ago in Varese.
Abgesehen von den Holländern, die ganz leicht zurückliegen, sind die Boote eigentlich aufgereiht. Und jetzt die gute Nachricht für die Schweizer und Schweizerinnen, die uns zuhören oder vielleicht am Ufer stehen vom OK. Das Schweizer Boot, das hat den Luftkasten vorne.
But this race developing exactly as we expected. Such a tight race in the men's double scull. So walking you through the middle section of the race out there on the water is Camilla Hadland.
Thanks, Gillian. Yes, and this is one of the races that I certainly had a few butterflies in my stomach myself before this, because the lineup is sensational, and I'm sure they were pretty nervous as well looking across at all of these lanes. But the best start and certainly executing the race plan that they had planned out is Roman Rösli and Barnaby Delars of Switzerland, trying to go out and hold on in front of their home crowd here on the Roadsay, but they're just slipping back somewhat now to allow the lead just to come back to the world champions. I think we expected a strong performance here from Zhong Long and Liu Qiuyu in lane number 3, the centre of the lake. They had to put themselves up against the French, who have also been so dominant this season. Mathieu Androdias and Hugo Boucheron in lane number 5, and that could have been the final just yesterday. But China now with the lead, but only just as them and the French start to emerge from the centre of the field. This is starting to develop into the race that we thought.
Die Boote nähern sich sehr schnell der 1000-Meter-Marke und das Leaderboot ist momentan China, welches hier das Rennen ganz knapp anführt. Es teilt sich die Führung mit den Iren in den Mittelbahn, aber auch die Schweizer sind immer noch sehr gut unterwegs. Barnaby Delars und Roman Rösli sind nur etwa eine halbe Länge hinter den beiden führenden Booten mit dabei und auch die Franzosen sind dabei. Es ist noch gar nichts entschieden. Süden. Es wird unglaublich spannend, wie sich das Rennen hier entwickeln wird. Vom Halbfinale wissen wir, dass die Iren den schnellsten letzten Tausender gehabt haben, aber wir wissen auch ganz genau, dass die Franzosen unglaublich sprinten können. The Brits are still in contention and they change position, aren't they, Camilla?
Yeah, they're rowing in a slightly different lineup here. John Collins into the stroke seat for Great Britain, but I have to tell you, it's like a catapult here, a cat amongst the pigeons in Ireland now, charging into the lead. Philip Doyle, Ronan Byrne, the silver medalist from Linz, who had such a good performance throughout 2019, disappointed to end up in the B final at the Europeans, and they're up here riding with the world champions. This is stunning stuff from this Irish combination to bounce back from Varese, to be right up here in the mix, leading the world champions, Tim.
Yeah, great stuff from Ireland. They took the initiative in the second 500 and they fended off a charge from the Chinese in the last couple hundred meters. They're still out in front. The Irish, what a surprise to see them leading this A final, but it's just a canvas advantage for the Irish crew, who look like they're putting it in, giving it their all in with 500 meters left to go. The Chinese look ominous in second position, just 2 meters behind, actually pushing through. It's Baubel for Baubel at the 1500 meter mark, but the Irish crew leads by a Baubel, and on the far side I can see the crew from Great Britain in a great tussle with the Dutch, the silver medalist from Varese for third and fourth, but it's everything to play for the gold medal. Will it be the world champions China, or will the Irish upset the entire field and claim the gold medal?
Oh, I think the Chinese are moving through as we speak. Did the Irish go too hard too soon through that third quarter of the race? They're just fading slightly, and China's pressing through. 40 strokes a minute for the Chinese, but keep an eye on the Dutch and the British for that bronze medal position, and don't count out the French or the Swiss at this stage.
Ja, es ist in diesem Moment passiert, dass die Chinesen eigentlich an den Iren vorbei sind, aber die Iren haben das gemerkt und sie haben reagiert und sie haben jetzt den höchsten Boat Speed, schlagen beide 41-40 Schläge. Es geht hier Bug an Bug um diesen Sieg im Männer-Doppel-Zweier zwischen Irland und China. Aber dahinter ist es ebenfalls Bug an Bug für den dritten Platz. Im Moment die besten Karten haben die Briten, aber ich würde hier noch niemand aus der Entscheidung nehmen. Die Schweizer aber, die müssen jetzt die Schlagzahl erhöhen, wenn sie hier noch einmal auch rankommen wollen.
I spoke too soon for the Irish. They're pushing back on that Chinese sprint, and they're coming towards the line, absolutely storming. 5 boats across here, all trying to get into those medal positions, and I think Ireland might just have the surge here. They might just have the surge to beat out the Chinese for that gold medal. They're absolutely sprinting, and then on the far side, the Swiss trying to get back into it, but can they get up on the Dutch and the British for that bronze medal across the line? I think it's on the surge. The Dutch take the bronze medal. Great Britain and Switzerland just missing out, but I don't know who it was for the gold. It comes up on my screen as China just ahead of the Irish, just by 1/10 of a second. Fantastic racing in the men's double sculls.
Wow, was für ein Rennen. Da müssen wir, glaube ich, alle kurz durchatmen, und die Schweizer wieder mitten dabei. Aber gewonnen hat das Rennen China, 14 Hundertstel vor den Iren, die hier alles reingelegt haben. Rang 3 für Holland, Rang 4 für Großbritannien und der 5. Platz dann für Barnabé Delachs und Roman Rösli. Und das Feld wird komplettiert von Frankreich.
Just to confirm all those final positions for you, China did it. They came through to win the gold, the world champions from China. That's followed by Ireland with the silver medal, and the Netherlands clung on for that bronze medal just ahead of Great Britain. Then coming through in 5th was the Swiss combination, and 6th went to France. The victory ceremony for the lightweight women's double sculls.
Die Siegerehrung für den Leichtgewichtsfrauen Doppelzweier.
This race is presented by Felder AG.
Dieses Rennen wird präsentiert von der Felder AG.
Winners of the bronze medal and World Rowing Cup leaders.
Gewinnerinnen der Bronzemedaille und Weltcup-Führende.
France! France represented by
Frankreich, vertreten durch
Laura Tarantola. And Claire Beauvais. Winners of the silver medal.
Gewinnerinnen der Silbermedaille.
Romania! Romania represented by
Rumänien, vertreten durch
Ionela Livia Kosmiuk. And Giannina Elena Beliaga. Winners of the gold medal.
Gewinnerinnen der Goldmedaille.
Great Britain! Great Britain represented by
Großbritannien, vertreten durch
Emily Craig. And Imogen Grant. Let's hear it for all our athletes.
Applaus für alle unsere Athletinnen.
The A final for the women's four. This race is presented by Wiederkerk AG.
Und wir kommen zum A-Finale im Frauenvierer ohne. Das Rennen wird präsentiert von der Wiederkehr AG.
Lining up in this race in lane 1, Romania 2, Great Britain, Romania 1, Poland, Denmark and the Netherlands.
Bahn 1 Rumänien 2, Bahn 2 Großbritannien, Bahn 3 Rumänien 1, Bahn 4 Polen, Bahn 5 Dänemark und Bahn 6 die Niederlande.
In lane 1 from Romania 2, in the stroke seat, Roxana Parascanu. Young crew from Romania in lane 1. In lane 2, the European bronze medalist, Great Britain, stroked by Rebecca Shorten. And in lane 3, representing Romania, stroked by Roxana Juliana Angel. In lane 4, they were fourth at the World Championships, Poland, stroked by Joanna Dietmann. In lane 5, the world bronze medalists, Denmark, stroked by Christina Johansson. And in lane 6, the European champions from the Netherlands, stroked by Veronique Meester. This Dutch crew trying to prove it again in lane 6. The European champion crew, they have a substitute on board, Sophie Sauer in the bow seat.
Romania 2, Great Britain, Romania, Poland, Denmark, the Netherlands. Attention.
They're off in the women's for the best start there, I think, coming from the Danish crew in lane 5. They just poked their bow ball out in front of the rest of the field, but a quick start from all 6 crews out there on the water.
Das ganze Feld hat es ihr einen sehr starken Start gegeben. Die Däninnen wahrscheinlich mit der schnellsten Reaktionszeit. Jetzt sind es aber die Polinnen, die den Bugball in Führung haben. Und die Rumäninnen, die wollen noch nicht so schnell von ihren Startschlagzahlen runterkommen. Die sind nach wie vor mit 47 Schlägen pro Minute unterwegs. Die ist schon bei fast 200 Meter. Aber auf der Innenseite sind es dann auch die Holländerinnen, die hier, die Europameisterinnen, die sich hier in Position bringen, dieses Rennen so zu gestalten, wie sie das geplant haben.
So at this very early stage of the race, the second Romanian crew in lane 1 has just gotten the better of it, but it's still very tight up there at the front of the field. The only crew just to drop off slightly out the back of the pack is that first Romanian crew, but there we ride with the Netherlands here in lane 6. They're up at 39 strokes a minute. They're trying to settle into their race rhythm. They've got a substitute on board, Sophie Sauer, in the bow seat, stepping in for Ellen Hogewerf, and she's out due to medical reasons, but they're looking very good, and they just come up into the lead as they're coming towards 500 meters.
Und die Holländerinnen, die Niederländerinnen haben jetzt auf dem Weg zu den 500-Meter-Marke die Führung übernehmen können, aber natürlich alles weiterhin sehr eng. Das zweite rumänische Boot, das hier sehr lange auf Schlagzahl 47 geblieben ist, die sind hier in einem extrem angriffigen Modus in dieses Rennen gestartet. Kann das gut gehen oder müssen sie vielleicht für diesen Start 500er dann später Tribut zollen?
And through 500 meters, it's actually the British who've gone out slightly into the lead, but it's still a very close race between these leading crews. So going out onto the water to get the better eyes from Camilla. How is it looking from your vantage point?
Yeah, still looking good for the British crew here, Gillian. And it's not just the Dutch with a substitute on board. Great Britain with Cara McMurtry riding in the 3 seat. She's in for Karen Bennett, who's out, the silver medalist from the Olympic Games in Rio in the 8. Unfortunately, can't be here at the second World Cup, but it's not slowing the boat down for Great Britain. However, the Dutch have seen that challenge from the far side of the lake. Veronique Meester in the stroke seat just wants to get a little bit more boat speed, so they've got 37 strokes a minute now coming into this 1,000-meter marker, and it's these 2 crews that can look back on the rest of the field, and it's actually the young Romanian crew, Romania 2, that sit in bronze medal position. Perhaps a slight shock for the older and more experienced crew in Romania 1, but as they come towards halfway, still all to play for the medals overlap between each of these crews.
Die Niederländerinnen auf Bahn 6 fahren hier vor der 1000-Meter-Marke mit jedem Schlag etwas dem Feld weg. Sie machen hier einen fantastischen Job, insbesondere auch die Ersatzfrau auf Bug, Sophie Sauer, welche hier eingesprungen ist, kann sich sehr gut in die Mannschaft einfügen und hilft der Mannschaft, dem Feld davon zu fahren. Auf dem zweiten Rang sind es die Britinnen, welche die Verfolgung aufgenommen haben. Rang 3 momentan das zweite rumänische Boot. Aber es ist hier noch nichts entschieden. Das erste rumänische Boot und auch Polen liegen immer noch in Reichweite.
Just a bit more time around the back end for the Netherlands has stretched out that lead a little bit more over Great Britain. That's still gold and silver medal, but the tussle for bronze is pretty unique between in lane number 1 we've got Romania 2, but coming up alongside them the Polish crew. This is a fantastic race here, still within touch of the leading 2 crews. Nobody dominant yet in this race, although the Netherlands threatening to be so, and I'm sure that's something that my fellow co-commentator Tim would enjoy seeing.
Indeed, Camilla, I do. It's great to see that Dutch four with that substitute on board. Sophie Sauer in the bow seat, rowing well and rowing in the lead. But it's not a very big lead. They have just 3/4 of a length up on the British on the far side of the lake, who are having a great row, as are is the second crew from Romania in lane number 1. Great inter-team rivalry, as we have some rain here in the final 500 meters. But it doesn't seem to phase any of these rowers here in the A final of the women's 8. But the Dutch look very good. Nice long strokes coming from that crew. They are a length up on the field. Great Britain, a little move to increase their lead over Romania too. And it's actually the Romania 1 crew in one of the center lanes coming towards the bronze medal position, as the younger Romanian crew on the far side slips back ever so slightly. But the Dutch out in front, looking to get that gold medal.
Yeah, and they're rowing through some heavy rain here as they come through the center section of this course. The skies have opened up, but the Dutch are reigning supreme in this women's 4. Even with that spare on board, they're looking set to take the gold medal here in the A final of the women's 4.
Was für eine Stimmung in diesem Frauen-Vierer ohne Finale. Die Holländerinnen, die sind hier wirklich jetzt eine Klasse für sich, haben den besten Boat Speed, schlagen bei Schlagzahl 38, also tiefer als ihre Konkurrentinnen. Die Britinnen, die sind aktuell in der 2. Position. Die Boote sind jetzt in den roten Bojen, aber dahinter gerade die beiden rumänischen Boote wollen hier nach wie vor Druck machen nach vorne, und das ist natürlich dann auch ein Team-Battle um diesen 3. Rang.
The weather shifts by the buoy. Here they come towards the finish line into the sun, and the Dutch are out in the lead, extending their lead as they come towards the finish line, absolutely hammering it down, 39 strokes a minute. The British are looking set to take that silver medal, and then I think it's going to be Romania 1, who've come past their compatriots to come into that bronze medal position. So coming up to the line now, the Netherlands take the win in the women's 4. They'll be followed by Great Britain for the silver medal, and Romania 1 coming through to take bronze. Poland hanging on there for that 4th position, and Romania 2 coming through in 5th, followed by Denmark.
Und gewonnen in souveränen Manier im Frauenvierer ohne die Niederländerinnen vor Großbritannien. Und dann ist es Rumänien, das erste Boot, das diese Entscheidung um den 3. Rang für sich entscheiden konnte. 4. dann die Polinnen, 5. Rumänien das 2. Boot und 6. Platz für Dänemark.
The victory ceremony for the men's double sculls.
Die Siegerehrung für den Männer-Doppel-Zweier.
This race is presented by Dominic Keller.
Dieses Rennen wird präsentiert von Dominik Keller.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Gewinner der Bronzemedaille.
The Netherlands. The Netherlands represented by
Die Niederlanden vertreten durch
Melvin Tweelaar. And Steph Brunink. Winners of the silver medal.
Gewinner der Silbermedaille.
Ireland. Ireland represented by
Irland vertreten durch
Ronan Byrne. And Philip Doyle. Winners of the gold medal.
Gewinner der Goldmedaille.
China. China represented by
China vertreten durch
Liu Chu-yu. And Zheng Liang. And last but not least, the leaders of the World Rowing Cup.
und das führende Boot im Gesamtweltcup ist
France. Let's hear it for all our athletes.
Applaus für alle unsere Athleten.
And the A final for the men's four. This race is presented by Schurter AG.
Und es folgt das A-Finale im Männervierer ohne, präsentiert von der Schurter AG.
Lining up in this race from lane 1, Italy, Poland, Great Britain, South Africa, Romania and Netherlands 2.
Bahn 1 Italien, Bahn 2 Polen, Bahn 3 Großbritannien, Bahn 4 Südafrika, Bahn 5 Rumänien und Bahn 6 Niederlande das zweite Boot.
In lane 1, the European bronze medalists, Italy, in the stroke seat, Matteo Castaldo. In lane 2, the defending world champions, Poland, stroked by Michał Szybowski. In lane 3, the defending European champions, Great Britain, stroked by Sholto Carnegie. In lane 4, it's a new combination from South Africa, stroked by Sandro Paulo Trente. In lane 5, their world silver medalists from Romania, stroked by Cosmin Bascari. And in lane 6, the young Dutch crew, stroked by Rick Rinks.
Republic of South Africa, Romania, the Netherlands. Attention.
And they're off for the A final of the men's 4. A quick start there from the world silver medalist, that crew from Romania. Right next to them, we have South African. The South African boat has 2 Olympic medalists on board. The Olympic silver medalist from the men's pair, Lawrence Britton, and the Olympic gold medalist from the lightweight men's 4 in London, John Smith, in the 3 seat. Really interesting to see what this South African crew can do as they come down the Rotsee. But currently out to the best start is that crew from Romania in lane 5.
Was für ein Auftakt in dieses Rennen von Männervierer, ohne dass es hier gleich zur Sache geht. Das zeigen schon die Schlagzahlen. Südafrika und Rumänien haben das Rennen mit Schlagzahl 52 angegangen. Und wie bereits vorher, die Frauen, bleiben die Rumänen auch hier länger in den hohen Schlagzahlen als der Rest des Feldes. Rumänien hier die Ball vorne nach 300 Metern, weiterhin auf Schlagzahl 45 bis 47, dicht gefolgt dann von den Briten, den Europameistern. Und das Rennen ist aber jetzt erst so richtig lanciert.
As they come up towards the 500-meter mark, Romania and Great Britain just getting a bow deck ahead of the rest of the field. But it's going to be a close race, I think, in this A final of the men's 4. Got to keep an eye as well on the defending world champions from Poland out there in lane 2, trying to go with this move from the British. And on the near side, the young Dutch absolutely sprinting very early on in this race. So to take us through the middle section, let's head out to Camilla on the water.
Thanks, Gillian. Yes, this is an interesting race indeed. I've been looking forward to seeing the South Africans slot into this European mix that we've been seeing racing quite regularly. And the most dominant of those has always been the British. Ever since Poland won the World Championships back at Linz, it's then been the British that have dominated the 2020-2021 season so far and are looking in great shape as they head into 600 metres gone. And they now sit almost a length ahead of Poland. Indeed, that crew I've just mentioned that won the gold medal, slotting now into silver medal position here in this A final of World Cup 2. But it was a start that always surprises me and appears to defy the laws of physics. Romania were up at 51 strokes a minute all the way through until 350 metres gone. Quite remarkable, but they have cost themselves a little bit as they slip back through the field. As they come towards us, Great Britain now with a length ahead of the rest of the fighting field. It's then going to be back to the Polish, who are being really flustered here by the Netherlands. This young Dutch crew, the second crew for the Netherlands, right up in this very experienced mix as we go through the 1,000.
Die Briten führen mittlerweile mit einer Bootslänge Vorsprung auf die Weltmeister aus Polen. Aber dahinter ist es ganz eng mit den Südafrikanern, den Rumänen, aber auch den Niederländern, dem jungen Boot, welches ihr alle überrascht hat und ins Finale gefahren ist und dabei auch noch das Favoritenboot aus Holland geschlagen hat. Auf der Bahn 1, die Italiener sind etwas zurück. Aber wir kennen sie, sie können am Schluss sprinten und werden sicherlich den Druck auf die Medaillen nochmals erhöhen.
The superiority of this British crew becoming more and more apparent. Sholto Carnegie, the graduate of Yale University, in the driving seat, giving them more and more water as they rattle down this course towards the finish line. But I think it's going to be the minor medals up for grabs here as it continues to be the South Africans trying to fight off the Polish. We can't count count out the fast finishing Romanians or Italians either. That small Dutch charge through the second 500 just waning off ever so slightly, Tim. But, well, what's going on by you now?
Well, the British are storming through, Camilla. It's great to see. I think the British are going all out in this A final, leaving absolutely no doubt as to who is the crew to watch for Tokyo. The men's four from Great Britain looking absolutely dominant, heaving 40 strokes a minute with 500 meters left to go. They have opened up 2 lengths of clear water to the South Africans in silver medal position and the Polish in bronze medal position. But a great late charge coming from the Romanians, the silver medalists from 2019, and the Dutch are still having overlap with that Romanian crew. So everything to play for, but the Dutch look, the British look great for the gold medal out in front. But who's going to get the silver and who is going to get the bronze, Gillian?
I'm not quite sure at this point, Tim. What a fantastic performance from the British out there in the lead. South Africa's hanging on to that silver medal position just ahead of Poland and Romania, but it's going to be such a close race to the line as they come into the red buoys.
Ja, und das führende Boot aus Großbritannien ist jetzt in diesen roten Bojen und es ist wieder eitel Sonnenschein, also der kurze Regen, der ist schon wieder vorbei und die Briten, die nutzen das für eine Gala-Vorstellung, kann man schon fast sagen. Und dann sieht es aktuell am besten aus für die Südafrikaner, aber man darf hier das Boot aus Rumänien noch nicht außer Acht lassen, insbesondere haben sie den höchsten Bootsgeschwindigkeit, wenn es hier in die letzten Meter geht.
So the British, the European champions, absolutely laying down the law here on the Roadse, showing who will be boss as they head towards Tokyo. But South Africa proving they can stick with these European crews, stick with the European champions as they come up to the line. Great Britain take the gold here in the men's four. South Africa claim that silver medal, and it's Romania who will take the bronze. But then a very quick tussle between the Netherlands, Italy, and Poland. Poland came across in 6th, but I'm not sure between the Netherlands and Italy. I'll confirm that as it comes up on the screen.
Was für eine Vorstellung des britischen Vierer ohne. Er gewinnt dieses Finale am heutigen Tag vor Südafrika und Rumänien. Rang 4 dann für Italien und dahinter die Entscheidung um 5 und 6 war so eng, da müssen wir kurz auf die Resultate warten.
So just confirming those positions for you. Great Britain with the gold medal. South Africa came through in 2nd for the silver medal. Romania takes the bronze. And then it was Italy coming through in 4th, just a fraction of a second ahead of the Dutch crew. Poland came through in 6th. The victory ceremony for the women's 4.
Die Siegerehrung zum Frauenvierer.
This race is presented by Wiederkehr AG.
Dieses Rennen wird präsentiert von der Wiederkehr AG.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Gewinnerinnen der Bronzemedaille.
Romania! Romania represented by
Rumänien, vertreten durch
Nicoleta Pascanu. Elena Logofatu. Christina Georgiana Popescu. And Roxana Juliana Angel. Winners of the silver medal.
Gewinnerinnen der Silbermedaille.
Great Britain. Great Britain represented by
Großbritannien, vertreten durch
Rowan McGeller. Harriet Taylor. Cara McMurtry. And Rebecca Shorten. Winners of the gold medal and World Rowing Cup leaders.
Gewinnerinnen der Goldmedaille und Weltcup-Führende.
The Netherlands. The Netherlands represented by
Die Niederlanden, vertreten durch
Sophie Sauer. Caroline Florijn. Imke Klevering. And Veronique Meester. Let's hear it for all our athletes.
Applaus für alle unsere Athletinnen.
The A final in the women's single sculls. This race is presented by Ackermann Untermugen.
Und wir kommen zum A-Finale im Frauen-Einer. Dieses Rennen wird präsentiert von der Ackermann-Unternehmungen.
Lining up in this race from lane 1, the United States of America, Ireland, Great Britain, Russia, Austria and Switzerland 1.
Bahn 1 die USA, Bahn 2 Irland, Bahn 3 Großbritannien, Bahn 4 Russland, Bahn 5 Österreich und 6 die Schweiz.
In lane 1, it's the world bronze medalist from the United States, Cara Kohler. In lane 2, it's the defending world champion from Ireland, Sanita Pushpure. In lane 3, representing Great Britain, it's Victoria Thornley. In lane 4, the defending European champion from Russia, Hannah Pragotstin. In lane 5, it's the World Rowing Cup 1 winner, Magdalena Lobnig of Austria. And in lane 6, it's the home favorite, the European bronze medalist from Switzerland, Janine Gmelin.
United States of America, Taiwan, Great Britain, Russia, Austria, Switzerland, attention.
And that's a start in the A final of the women's single sculls. They've gotten the green light, and the Austrian Magdalena Lobnig has absolutely shot off the blocks here to a very early lead. Going with her is Great Britain's Victoria Thornley and Russia's Hannah Prakatstin. These scullers in the center lanes edging their noses out.
Und mit ganz viel Kampfgeist ist Janine Gmelin in dieses A-Final gerudert. Auch sie eine konstante Ruderin, immer wieder in den A-Finals der besten Weltklasse-Felder zu sehen. Und das dürfen wir uns darauf freuen an dem Ufer hier in der Schweiz. Und als Beste ins Rennen gestartet ist die Österreicherin Magdalena Lobnig. Sie war sicher nicht ganz zufrieden, wie die Europameisterschaften gelaufen ist, hat dann aber in Zagreb gewonnen und ist hier also drauf und dran, sich zu zeigen in diesem Rennen. Sicher die Überraschungsfrau dieser Saison, große Dominatorin aus Russland, Hannah Prakatstin. Es wird spannend zu sehen, wie sie hier agiert gegen die amtierende Weltmeisterin Sanita Puspure, die zum ersten Mal diese Saison am Start ist, aber natürlich auch Victoria Thornley, die Vize-Europameisterin aus Großbritannien.
So we saw the race strategy of Sanita Puspure earlier on this weekend. She really left it till late in the race. She went off to a bit of a slower start and worked her way up through the middle of the race. We'll expect to see that in today's A final again, but we saw such a dominant performance from the Russian Hannah Prakatstin. We'll expect to see her get out to a lead, but at the current stage is still Magdalena Lobnig of Austria. Magdalena Lobnig, no stranger to being in the lead in the A final. She was a silver medalist back in 2020 at the European Championships, and as she comes up to the 500-meter mark, she crosses in that first position.
Und Magdalena Lobnig führt auch nach 500 Meter. Also sie hat dieses Rennen offensiv gestartet. Sie hat hier die Führung vor Hannah Prakatstin aus Russland und Clara Koller aus den USA. Leider ein bisschen zurückgebunden auf den ersten 500 Meter, Janine Gmelin.
So just the Swiss, the home favorite, Janine Gmelin, a bit off the pace here as they come through towards 600 meters. But Camilla, this is shaping up to be a fantastic A-final in the women's single.
Just as it says on paper, Gillian, this could be an Olympic final. Only a couple of notable absences in Zeeman from Canada and Twigg of New Zealand. But other than that, this really is a world-class field. And just as I say that, very characteristic of Magdi Lobnig of Austria to go out hard. She's well known for that in the early stages of these single races. But she has been rode down now by the lady that has impressed us probably the most over the last few months, Hannah Prakatstin of Russia. She came up from the women's quad from Russia that only finished 15th at last year's World Championships, 2 years ago's World Championships in Linz, but having been put in the single and been identified as a strong single sculler, she is just blowing everyone away, and she's now sculling out. She's now almost a length up on the rest of this field. She's trying to break contact with Lobnig, the early leader, but going with her, it's Sanita Puspure of Ireland, the reigning world champion. We know that she's got the strength in the middle part of this race, and we know that she really does not like being overhauled. Cara Kola, we can't rule out as well on the far side. These two scullers going along with Prakatstin through the 1,000 meters, and it's just half a length that the Russian has over the USA that sit in second. It's then Puspure and Lobnig that sit level, half a length ahead of Thornley of Great Britain.
Es ist die Überraschungsfrau aus Russland, welche hier den Frauener anführt. Hanna Prakatzen hat etwa eine halbe Länge Vorsprung auf die Ruderinnen von Irland und den USA. Sanita Puspure hatte nicht die einfachste Vorbereitung in diesem Jahr, war verletzt, konnte nicht an Europameisterschaften in Varese teilnehmen, ist nun aber wieder zurück und macht momentan mächtig Druck. Sie ist auf gleicher Höhe wie die Ruderin aus den USA, Cara Kohler. Etwas dahinter momentan Vicky Sornley und Magdalena Lobnik. Am Schluss des Feldes etwas überraschend Janine Gmelin, die Siegerin des Weltcups 2017 und 18 hier auf dem Rotsee, kann mit der Pace der Ruderinnen nicht mithalten und es sieht so aus, als ob sie das erste Mal seit 2016 nicht mehr auf einem Weltcup-Podium das Rennen beendet.
Well, the 28-year-old Russian here just blowing away this experienced field. She is absolutely fearless as she goes through towards 750 metres to go now with clear water ahead of the world champion, ahead of the world bronze medalist. Puspura and Kohler don't know what's going on. They don't know what's hit them. They've now only got 600 metres, Tim, to try and claw back this lead.
Yeah, definitely, Camilla. It's a great race from Prakatzen to have taken the lead in the middle 1,000, but the pressure comes from the far side of the lake, from the United States of America, from Caracola, now in second position, and the reigning world champion from Ireland, Sanita Puspure, is still in bronze medal position, and Sanita looks to her left. Where is Prakatzen? And she's just a length in front of the rest of the field. That's a lot of work to do in the final meters. But I can see a change of gear coming from the Irish colour. She's moving to the front of the field, raising her rate to 36 strokes a minute, but she's still in bronze medal position, so a great position for Prakatzen to be in. She might even take the gold medal and upset this field, but it's still Sanita Puspure raising the rate, but she can't really claw back the deficit to the Russian, and it's still Caracola from the United States just in silver medal position as Ireland comes next right up beside her for that silver medal.
Yeah, this is the part of the race that Sanita Puspure likes. She likes to push up through that third quarter, and she's done it. She's just sliding past Caracola of the United States of America, but I'm not sure that either of these two scullers can get anything back on Hanna Prakatzen of Russia. And a quick glance across from Victoria Thornley just to see where she is. She's currently riding in that fourth or fifth position together with Magdalena Lobning, going bow ball for bow ball, but Sanita Puspure coming into that silver medal position as they come towards the line.
Ja, und ich sehe es genauso wie meine Kommentatorenkollegin. Es ist ganz, ganz schwierig, da etwas Hanna Prakatzen noch quasi hinzuwerfen, dass sie noch wirklich herausfordert. Sie macht hier einen ganz souveränen Eindruck, aber dahinter ist es nach wie vor sehr eng um den zweiten Rang. Sanita Puspure konnte sich vorbeischieben an Cara Kohler. Es ist ihr dritter 400er, der ganz stark ist. Und ich denke, dass sie hier routiniert genug ist für die Silbermedaille. Aber oben Magdalena Lobnik, die sich mit Victoria Sornley um den dritten Rang duelliert hat, feiert hier jetzt auch noch einmal auf.
I'm just seeing Sanita Puspure look around. Where's Caracola? Where's Caracola? They're coming up to the line. Hanna Prakatzen takes the goal, and Caracola races through to the silver medal ahead of Sanita Puspure, I believe, who hung on for that bronze medal ahead of Magdalena Lobning of Austria and Victoria Thornley of Great Britain. Janine Gmelin just a bit off the pace here, coming through in sixth, but I want to confirm those positions as they come up on the screen. Yes, that's Russia takes the gold, Caracola of the United States will take silver, and Sanita Puspure of Ireland coming through in that bronze medal position.
Also gewonnen hat das Rennen Hanna Prakatzen aus Russland. Dann hat wirklich auf den letzten Meter sich Cara Kohler noch auf den zweiten Rang vorgeschoben, an Sanita Puspure vorbei, die Bronze gewinnt vor Magdalena Lobnig im vierten Rang. Rang 5 für Victoria Sornley aus Großbritannien und das Feld komplettiert hat Janine Gmelin im sechsten Rang.
The victory ceremony for the men's 4.
Die Siegerehrung zum Männer-Vierer.
This race is presented by Schurter AG.
Dieses Rennen wird präsentiert von der Schurter AG.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Gewinner der Bronzemedaille.
Romania! Romania represented by
Rumänien vertreten durch
Mihaiti Vasile Tiagnescu, Miguel Vasile Semchuk, Stefan Konstantin Berariu, and Cosmin Pascari. Winners of the silver medal.
Gewinner der Silbermedaille.
South Africa. South Africa represented by
Südafrika vertreten durch
Lawrence Britton, Kyle Schoonby, John Smith, and Sandro Paolo Torrente. Winners of the gold medal and World Rowing Cup leaders.
Gewinner der Goldmedaille und Weltcup-Führende.
Great Britain! Great Britain represented by
Großbritannien vertreten durch
Oliver Cook, Matthew Rossiter, Rory Gibbs, and Sholto Carnegie. Let's hear it for all our athletes.
Applaus für alle Athleten.
Up next, the A final of the men's single sculls. This race is presented by Davida.
Und wir kommen zum A-Finale im Männer-Einer. Das Rennen wird präsentiert von Darvida.
Lining up in this race from lane 1, Ireland, Denmark, Norway 1, Germany 1, Lithuania 2, and Lithuania 1.
Bahn 1 Irland, Bahn 2 Dänemark, Bahn 3 Norwegen 1, Bahn 4 Deutschland 1, Bahn 5 Litauen 2 und Bahn 6 Litauen 1.
In lane 1, the young sculler from Ireland, Dara Lynch. In lane 2, the 2020 European champion from Denmark, Sverre Nielsen. In lane 3, the European bronze medalist from Norway, Kjetil Borch. And in lane 4, the world and European champion from Germany, Oliver Zeidler. In lane 5, representing Lithuania, Mindaugas Griskonis. And in lane 6, also representing Lithuania, Salius Ritter. These two Lithuanian crews in lane 5 and 6 coming out of that silver Olympic medal double from 2016, racing here in the men's singles right next to each other in lanes 5 and 6.
Denmark, Norway, Germany, Lithuania 2, Lithuania, attention.
And that's a go in the A final of the men's single sculls. And I think it's Mindaugas Griskonis of Lithuania too, just absolutely shooting out of the blocks there. A very high rate of striking gets him out to a very early lead. We see a bit of a slow start, the typical slow start from Oliver Zeidler, although I've heard he's been working on that start, trying to get out quicker. But I think we'll expect to see him absolutely power through the center part of this race. We're really looking forward to this A final in the men's single sculls. And as they're charging down the course, still Mindaugas Griskonis with a very slight lead ahead of the rest of the field.
Ja, und in diesen Männer-Einer ist der Litauer Mindaugas Griskonis am schnellsten gestartet. Aber natürlich, alle Augen sind gerichtet auf Oliver Zeidler. Er wurde dieses Jahr Europameister, hat in Zagreb gewonnen. Gelingt es ihm hier, dem amtierenden Weltmeister, das 3. Gold zu holen? Wir werden es sehen. Auf jeden Fall, die Verhältnisse sind bestens. Sonnenschein, flaches Wasser, ganz minimer Mitwind hier im Zielbereich.
So as we're talking, Oliver Zeidler with his typical long, powerful strokes, just trying to push up there on that early lead from the Lithuanian sculler in lane 5, Mindaugas Griskonis. Salius Ritter, that other Lithuanian sculler, one of those few rowers out there on the water to go under 5:40 on the indoor rowing machine. A powerful, big athlete in lane 6, but he's currently slightly off the pace with Griskonis and Zeidler out there in the early lead. And then we look back to Sverre Nielsen of Denmark and Kjetil Borch of Norway going bow ball for bow ball as they come towards 500 meters.
Und die 500 Meter passiert hat Mindaugas Griskonis quasi gleichzeitig wie Oliver Zeidler. Dieses Duo ist ein bisschen vorne, aber danach ist alles nach wie vor sehr eng. Kjetil Borch und Sverre Nielsen sind dann die direkten Konkurrenten.
So I think Oliver Zeidler has just overtaken the lead there, Camilla, as they're coming towards you in the center of the course.
Yes, thanks, Gillian. Of course, the world and European gold medalist haunting the other scullers here. He just looms in the background in that first 500 metres and then makes his presence known as they really step on into striding into race pace. And he's now just ahead of the early leader, Mindaugas Griskonis of Lithuania. Him alongside Salius Ritter, both of them silver medalists in the double scull from the Rio Olympics, but now split up to see who the fastest of those individually is. But back to the race in the centre of the course. 4 of these athletes to look at here in the middle, all contested that very tight A final back at the Linz World Championships, and bettering the bronze medal position at the moment. It's just about Kjetil Borch that would run to form, the bronze medalist from that Linz World Championships, just sliding ahead of Sverre Nielsen, but only just as we move towards 1,000 gone.
Oliver Zeidler führt hier das Rennen an im Männer-Einer. Er hatte gesagt, er ist in seiner Ruderlaufbahn momentan die stärkste Version von sich selbst und hat dies auch auf dem Ruderergometer unter Beweis gestellt, indem er die viertschnellste je gefahrene Zeit gefahren ist. Hier führt er das Rennen momentan an mit einem Luftkastenvorsprung vor dem Litauer Mindaugas Griskonis. Die Litauer haben hier 2 Boote am Start und das schnellere, dieser Bote kann an den Olympischen Spielen in Tokio teilnehmen. Also gibt es hier noch eine interne Ausscheidung. Aber die Ausscheidung um die Medaillen ist ebenfalls in Gang und da sind die Ruderer aus Norwegen und Sverre Nielsen aus Dänemark ebenfalls noch dabei. Sie rudern momentan auf Platz 3 und 4 und werden hier sicherlich versuchen, wieder etwas näher an den deutschen Zeidler und Griskonis heranzukommen.
Well, a slight tail breeze picks up here on the Roadsee in Lucerne. Perfect conditions for someone like Oliver Zeidler, but pestering him still. It's still Mindaugas Griškonis of Lithuania. He's not leaving him alone at all. It was less than 3/4 of a length that separated these two through the 1,000. Griškonis sticking with him in this third 500. Oliver Zeidler won't like that, and it's Nielsen now who just makes that move past Borch to try and get himself onto the podium, Tim, in these final closing stages.
But what a great surprise to see Griškonis from Lithuania so close to Oliver Zeidler, who is trucking along 35 strokes a minute. But the Lithuanian is matching him in terms of speed in the third quarter. But Oliver Zeidler looks very good. I think he has something in reserve for the final 500 meters and coming into the Red Boy area in a couple of moments. But Oliver Zeidler looking good now, breaking clear from Griškonis just in front of me, and Sverre Nielsen definitely making this step up from the bronze medal. He actually may be in silver medal position, overhauling Griškonis for that silver medal, and Kjetil Borch having a lot of work to do to catch up and get to the podium. But Oliver Zeidler looks very much in control in this A final of the men's single to get the gold medal. But I see a little change of pace coming from Sverre Nielsen representing Denmark to get into silver medal position. Griškonis slipping back, and that will be the fight for bronze between Griškonis and Borch from Norway. But the German sculler Oliver Zeidler heading for gold and heading towards you, Gillian.
Yeah, Ollie Zeidler looking absolutely fantastic out there on the water, heading home towards that gold medal and that Swiss watch from Karl F. Bucher as they come up towards the line. But I think that fight behind him is going to be fiery as Sverre Nielsen lifts his rate and Kjetil Borch slipping into that bronze medal position.
Ja, und Oliver Zeidler, das sieht ganz gut aus für diese dritte angesprochene Goldmedaille in dieser Saison. Und es gibt dazu noch für den Sieger in diesem Rennen eine Uhr von Karl F. Bucherer. Also da wirklich viel auch auf dem Spiel. Und dann dahinter sieht es im Moment am besten aus für Sverre Nielsen aus Dänemark. Kjetil Borch dann auf dem dritten Zwischenrang. Da muss Mindaugas Griškonis langsam seinem hohen Tempo Tribut zollen.
So Ollie Zeidler, the world and European champion, striding out to take the win here in the men's singles sculls on the Roadsee. Behind him, the man from the Faroe Islands, Sverre Nielsen of Denmark, will take that silver medal position. And Kjetil Borch just raced through Mindaugas Griškonis to grab the bronze medal. Mindaugas Griškonis of Lithuania beating out his compatriot Salius Ritter to take the 4th and 5th places respectively, and coming through in 6th, Dara Lynch of Ireland.
Und Sieger der Weltcup-Regatta in Lucerne im Männereiner ist Oliver Zeidler. Er gewinnt das Rennen vor Sverre Nielsen aus Dänemark, dann Kjetil Borch, Norwegen, und 4. und 5. werden Mindaugas Griškonis und Saulius Ritter aus Litauen vor Dara Lynch aus Irland.
The victory ceremony for the women's single sculls.
Die Siegerehrung für den Frauen Einer. Dieses Rennen wurde präsentiert von den Achermann-Unternehmungen.
Winner of the bronze medal representing Ireland.
Gewinnerin der Bronzemedaille aus Irland.
Sanita Bushbure. Winner of the silver medal representing the United States of America.
Gewinnerin der Silbermedaille aus den USA.
Kara Kohler. Winner of the gold medal representing Russia.
Gewinnerin der Goldmedaille aus Russland.
Hanna Perkatstin. And last but not least, the leader of the World Rowing Cup representing Austria.
Im Gesamtweltcup führt aus Österreich Magdalena Lobnik.
Additionally, Hanna Perkatstin will receive a handmade watch from the Karl F. Bucherer as a special prize.
Und Hanna Prakatzen erhält zusätzlich eine in Handarbeit hergestellte Uhr von Karl F. Bucherer.
Let's hear it for all our athletes.
Applaus für alle Athletinnen.
The A final for the lightweight men's double sculls. This race is presented by Schmidt AG.
Und es folgt der A-Finale im Leichtgewichtsmänner-Doppel-Zweier, präsentiert von der Schmied AG.
Lining up in this race from lane 1, Norway 1, Italy, Germany, Ireland, Belgium 1 and Belgium 2.
Bahn 1 Norwegen 1, Bahn 2 Italien, Bahn 3 Deutschland, Bahn 4 Irland, Bahn 5 Belgien 1 und Bahn 6 Belgien 2.
In lane 1, Norway. In the bow seat, Christopher Brunn. And in the stroke seat, Aris Strandli. They finished 4th back in 2019 at the World Championships. In lane 2, European bronze medalists, Italy. Pietro Ruta and Stefano Oppo. In lane 3, European silver medalists, Germany. In the bow seat, Jonathan Rommelmann. And in the stroke seat, Jason Osborne. And in lane 4, the defending world and European champions, Ireland. In the bow seat, Fintan McCarthy. And in the stroke seat, Paul O'Donovan. In lane 5, the crew from Belgium won. In the bow seat, Niels van Sandewege. And in the stroke seat, Tim Bries. And in lane 6, the crew from Belgium 2, Marlon Colbert in the bow seat and Thibaut Vivet in the stroke seat. Watching the men from Ireland in lane 4, the defending world and European champions there from Ireland, Paul O'Donovan and Vincent McCarthy.
Norway, Italy, Germany, Ireland, Belgium 2, attention.
And that's a start in the lightweight men's double sculls. They've had the green light and the Germans have gone off to the fastest start. They're rating up over 50 strokes per minute. The Irish right next to them. The Irish just having a slight wobble there off the start line, but I think they'll be good to get back into this race as they settle into their race rhythm for the middle 1,000.
Ausgezeichneter Start für das deutsche Boot mit Jason Osborne und Jonathan Rommelmann. Die beiden von Athleten, trainiert von Sabine Tschege, die wollen hier sicher noch einmal alles aus sich herausholen. Sie planen nachher einen längeren Block Vorbereitung für die Olympischen Spiele. Es ist damit gemäß meinen Informationen das letzte Rennen vor den Spielen und sie haben hier die Crème de la Crème neben sich. Natürlich die Weltmeister aus Irland, die ein bisschen kleine Probleme hatten beim Start, aber das heißt natürlich noch gar nichts. Die haben da noch genügend Gelegenheit zurückzukommen. Neben ihnen auch die Italiener, mit denen waren sie ja im Halbfinale unterwegs. Am Schluss hat sich da das deutsche Boot noch vorbeigeschoben und diese mittlere Bahn im A-Final damit gesichert. Also wir erwarten wie immer ein ganz, ganz heißes Rennen hier im Leichtgewichtszweier.
Italy, the combination of Pietro Ruta and Stefano Oppo. They were bronze back a few weeks ago at the European Rowing Championships, and they've just snuck out to the lead ahead of the German crew there in lane 3. But I think we'll still see a big push from the Irish. And as I'm talking, the Irish are making that push. They've gone up to 39 strokes a minute, or rather, I should say they haven't gone down from 39 strokes a minute. Their boat speed is the fastest out there on the water, and they're trying to claw back to that early Italian and German lead, but they go through the 500-meter mark, and I think this is going to be a cracking race. Let's hear it from Camilla.
Yes, they'll be absolutely relishing the tail breeze that we've got here out on the course. And it is an age-old battle going on between the Italians and the Germans in this lightweight men's double sculls. They've been exchanging silver and bronze medals ever since the 2019 season. But usually that's going on behind the Irish. And in fact, Ireland starting not so hot as their usual kind of pace off the blocks. Kind of reminds me of when the O'Donovans used to row together. They would row through the field rather than lead from the front. But this combination of Paul O'Donovan and Fintan McCarthy from Ireland have always been used to dominating from the offset, and they've got a little bit of work to do, but they are now pulling into the lead. They're up at 39 strokes a minute, still overrating the rest of the field to try and bring back that familiar stance looking back at the rest of the field.
Ja, die Iren, die machen hier Druck auf das führende Boot aus Norwegen. Norwegen hat sich nach der 500-Meter-Marke in Führung geschoben. Die Ältesten in diesem Feld, die Bronzemedaillengewinner von Rio, sind sicherlich zurück und möchten die 3 Boote von der WM 2019, die 3 Medaillenboote, endlich einmal bezwingen. Jetzt gerade fahren die Boote durch die 1000-Meter-Marke und es ist Irland, welches das Feld anführt, ganz, ganz knapp vor Deutschland und Italien. Die Italiener haben das erste Mal die Position gewechselt. Neu ist der Schlagmann Stefano Oppo und im Bug Pietro Ruta. Und auch diese Kombination scheint also sehr gut zu funktionieren. Auf dem 5. Rang momentan die Belgier und im 6. Rang der Belgier 2, das U23-Boot.
Well, Fintan McCarthy in the bow seat for the Irish crew has got the best view on the course at the moment. He looks back at the fight going on around them, and to come into that fight, they're pulling up alongside Brun and Stranley, the Olympic bronze medalists now, wanting to poke holes in the Italians' race plan. The same with the Germans, but I think the Germans now out of that little bit of hot bother that they were in that second 500 metres. They are now 3/4 of a length up on the Italians, who are in fact having to now worry about what's going on to the right of them as Brun and Stranley move up alongside and try and vie for that bronze medal, Tim.
Yes, it's indeed the crew from Norway on the far side of the lake who are in, I think, silver or bronze medal position. It's still the Irish out in front, but the Germans are not having any of it, because we can see the change of pace coming from Jason Osborne in the stroke seat of that German double, who are having some work to do. It's tight, it's a very tight battle. I think the Irish just broken clear. The Norwegians are in bronze medal position. It's Baubel for bronze between Germany and Italy, and also the crew from Belgium, the crew from Niels van Zandwegen and Tim Bries in 5th position, but still in contact with the rest of the field. But I think we can see the Irish walking away now. They have the superior boat speed coming into the Red Buoy area. And to you, Gillian.
Yes, Tim, these crews have raced each other so many times, and the Irish and the Norwegians even all the way back to the 2016 Rio Olympic Games. But the Irish out there to the lead, the Norwegians still in that silver medal position, and anything between Italy and Germany for bronze.
Ja, Gillian hat es gesagt, diese Crews kennen sich bestens. Die wissen auch, wer wann den Spurt sieht und wie man reagieren soll. Die Iren, die haben sich sicher hier in die beste Ausgangslage gebracht und auch diesem Rennen den Stempel aufgedrückt und gezeigt, wir sind hier das Boot zu schlagen in dieser Olympiasaison. Die Iren also mit einem relativ komfortablen Vorsprung, wenn man das so überhaupt nennen darf, 200 Meter vor dem Ziel. Aber dahinter sind es nach wie vor die Norweger an zweiter Position. Aber Jonathan Rommelmann und Jason Osborne, die haben jetzt den Bootspeed erhöht, die Schlagzahl erhöht. Es geht hier um alles oder nichts, beziehungsweise um diesen zweiten oder dritten oder vierten Young, weil jetzt sind die Boote aufgereiht. Die Italiener reagieren auf den deutschen Angriff, aber auch die Norweger sind da noch drin.
I would call this a big lead in lightweight sculling for the Irish as they come across the line to take gold. Norway's going to hang on for silver and Germany bronze, to my eye, ahead of Italy. Belgium just coming through in that 5th position. Belgium 1, I should say. Belgium 2 coming through in 6th, but I'll confirm that when it comes up on the screen. But a definite win for the Irish duo of Paul O'Donovan and Fintan McCarthy. Norway take the silver medal, and Germany does take that bronze medal, just ahead of Italy.
Was für ein Finale in diesem Rennen. Die Iren gewinnen also dieses Rennen vor dem Boot aus Norwegen, und Deutschland sichert sich den 3. Rang, 12 Hundertstel vor dem Boot aus Italien. Rang 5 für Belgien 1, Rang 6 Belgien 2.
The victory ceremony for the men's single sculls.
Die Siegerehrung für den Männer Einer.
This race is presented by Darvida.
Dieses Rennen wird präsentiert von Darvida.
Winner of the bronze medal representing Norway.
Gewinner der Bronzemedaille aus Norwegen.
Kjetil Borch. Winner of the silver medal representing Denmark.
Gewinner der Silbermedaille aus Dänemark.
Sverri Nielsen. Winner of the gold medal and World Rowing Cup leader representing Germany.
Gewinner der Goldmedaille und Weltcup-Führender aus Deutschland, Oliver Zeidler.
Additionally, Oliver Zeidler will receive a handmade watch from Karl F. Bucher as a special prize.
Und Oliver Zeidler erhält zusätzlich eine in Handarbeit hergestellte Uhr von Karl F. Bucherer.
Let's hear it for all our athletes.
Applaus für alle Athleten.
The A final for the women's double sculls. This race is presented by We Row 4.
Und wir kommen zum A-Finale im Frauen-Doppel-Zweier. Das Rennen wird präsentiert von We Row 4.
In this race, from lane 1, we have Netherlands 2, in lane 2, Czech Republic, in lane 3, Romania, in lane 4, the United States of America, in lane 5, Netherlands 1, and in lane 6, Italy 1.
Bahn 1 Niederlande 2, Bahn 2 Tschechien, Bahn 3 Rumänien, Bahn 4 die Vereinigten Staaten von Amerika, Bahn 5 Niederlanden 1 und Bahn 6 Italien 1.
In lane 1, it's the young combination from the Netherlands. In bow seat, Tessa Dullemans, and in stroke seat, Ilse Kolkman. In lane 2, the Czech Republic. In bow seat, Lenka Antisova, and in stroke seat, Kristina Fleisnerova. In lane 3, the defending European champions, Romania. In the bow seat, Nicoleta Ancuta Bodnar. And in the stroke seat, Simona Giannina Radais. In lane 4, it's a new combination from the USA. In bow seat, Christina Wagner. And in stroke seat, Ginevra Stone. In lane 5, world bronze medalist, the Netherlands. In bow seat, Roos de Jong, and in stroke seat, Lisa Scheenaard. And in lane 6, it's another new combination from Italy. In the bow seat, Stefania Buttingen, and in the stroke seat, Clara Guerra.
Netherlands 2, Czech Republic, Romania, United States of America, Netherlands 1, Italy, attention.
And they're underway, the penultimate race of today, the A final in the women's double sculls. And it was a very quick start from the two crews in lanes 1 and 2, the second Dutch crew and the Czech Republic. But still a lot to play as all these crews go rocketing off the start line. We'll expect to see great stuff from the middle lanes. Romania, the defending European champions, and this new crew from the United States of America. They both come from Massachusetts. Christina Wagner in the bow seat. She's rowed for Yale University, and Ginevra Stone rowing for Princeton University. But they're out there on the water making a go of it. But out to that early lead, I think, is still Romania.
Und 250 Meter sind gerudert in diesem zweitletzten A-Finale des heutigen Tages. Und in Führung liegen die Europameisterinnen aus Rumänien. Und sie zeigen ein Bild, das wir jetzt bei vielen rumänischen Booten diesen Nachmittag gesehen haben. Sie sind sehr lange auf sehr hohen Schlagzahlen. Erst jetzt nach gut 300 Meter kommen sie runter, wobei runter sie sind nach wie vor bei 40 Schlägen pro Minute und damit auch nach wie vor mit dem höchsten Bootsspeed unterwegs.
So Romania off to the best start there. They're still rating up at 40 strokes a minute as they try to get a little bit more advantage early on in this race. And then riding behind them, currently making the best of the rest, I think is still the crew from the Czech Republic. And then we look back to the second Dutch crew, the first Dutch crew, and the United States of America going bow ball for bow ball through the center part of this pack. So they come up on the 500-meter mark, and Romania still out to that lead. Walking you through the middle section of this race, let's hear it from Camilla.
Yes, the middle section, I suspect, will be where we'll start to see each of these double sculls coming down onto their racing rhythm. But the crew reigning supreme at the moment is that absolutely sensational crew from Romania. They had a dominant performance, and I know some spectators' favourite crew to watch at the Europeans was Romania. Radis and Bodnar are just an absolutely pairing made for one another here in the centre of the lake as they lead this field by, more than one length of clear water, and we've not even reached 800 metres gone yet. The best of the rest at the moment is the Czech Republic, but only just. It's then the Dutch combination of Scheenaard and de Jong that finished in the bronze medal position back at the World Championships, but a disappointing performance at the Europeans see them finish off the podium. I'm sure we'll be seeing them trying to rectify that over the next 1,750 metres. But as they rattle towards us now, Romania, they're up at 37 strokes a minute, and this tailwind is just taking them up out of the water, and they are zipping towards us here at halfway.
Ja, die Rumäninnen zeigen hier eine fantastische Vorstellung. Sie führen hier das Rennen bei der 1000-Meter-Marke mit über einer Bootslänge an. Auf dem zweiten Platz momentan auf gleicher Höhe ist die ist das Boot aus der Tschechischen Republik und das Boot aus den Niederlanden, aber nicht viel zurück sind die Amerikanerinnen mit der Olympia-Silbermedaillengewinnerin Chevy Stone, Olympia-Bronzemedaillengewinnerin Chevy Stone auf Schlag und ihrer neuen Bugfrau Christina Wagner. An der WM 2019 war Chevy Stone noch mit Cicely Merle unterwegs. Nun diese neue Kombination, kann sie mit den 3 Booten vor ihnen mitfahren oder vielleicht sogar eine Medaille holen. Wir werden es sehen.
As commentators, we're set out here in the 1,000-meter timing marker and we watch the TV catamarans come by, and I think they'll be struggling to get the Romanians in a shot with the other crews because they are just so far ahead, at least 2 lengths of clear water into the gold medal position. I think avoiding any disasters, they will be the champions here at the second World Cup of the season, but it's just where those other medals are going to come from, Tim.
Yes, Camilla, it's 4 crews for 3 medals. Again, we see the Romanian crew way out in front. A couple of lengths of clear water with 650 meters to go. But behind them, it's a great race for silver and bronze. We see the crew from the Czech Republic with Kristina Fleisnerova in the stroke seat. I think they are just about in bronze medal position because the Dutch have moved through to silver medal position with 500 meters left to row. It's a combination from Roos de Jong and Lisa Scheenaert, who are, I think half a boat length up on the crew from the Czech Republic in lane number 2. But the American crew is definitely not out of a chance for a medal. But I don't think either of these crews will get the gold because Romania is way out in front, 38 strokes a minute. Very high bow speed coming from that Romanian crew as they pass me here at the 1500 meter mark. But I think the Dutch are looking good for a silver medal, but the Czech Republic are also raising the rate and they have another gear to go to, as do the Americans, who are currently in, I think, bronze medal position, Gillian.
Yeah, I think you're right, Tim, but it's a very brave race from the Czech Republic. They were 4th back at the European Championships, and they're just seeing how they measure up to the Americans. But I think the United States has the edge here as they come towards the red buoys. But nobody, as you can say, can take on the Romanians, who are absolutely in a class of their own out in the front of the field.
Was für ein Auftritt dieses rumänischen Boots. Die beiden Rumäninnen mit Schlagzahl 39 kommen sie hier dem Ziel entgegen. Und es ist also wirklich eine sehr dominante Vorstellung in diesen leicht auffrischenden Mitwindverhältnissen. Und dann dahinter ist es nach wie vor die USA respektive das Boot aus den Niederlanden, das hier ganz gut aussieht. Wir werden sehen, wie sich die Plätze dann noch verteilen.
Romania, they're up at 40 strokes a minute. I'm not sure they were ever off 40 strokes a minute as they came down the entire course, and they're absolutely leading this field. But what an intense race for the bronze medal. The Dutch are looking set to get the silver, and I don't know if it's going to be the Czech Republic or the United States for bronze, but across the line, Romania take gold here in Lucerne in the women's double sculls. The Netherlands take the silver medal, and the United States cling on for that bronze medal ahead of the sprinting Czech Republic. Then we look back to the rest of the field. Italy coming through in 5th, and the Netherlands too will come through in 6th.
Überzeugender Sieg von Rumänien in diesem Frauen-Doppelzweier. Sie gewinnen vor den Niederländerinnen, die sich gegen die USA durchsetzen konnten. 3. Rang damit an die USA, 4. Rang für Tschechien, 5. Rang für Italien, das erste Boot, und das Feld komplettiert im 6. Rang Niederland, das zweite Boot.
The victory ceremony for the lightweight men's double sculls.
Die Siegerehrung für den Leichtgewichtsmänner Doppelzweier.
This race is presented by Schmidt AG.
Dieses Rennen wird präsentiert von der Schmied AG.
Winners of the bronze medal and World Rowing Cup leaders.
Gewinner der Bronzemedaille und Weltcup-Führende.
Germany! Germany represented by
Deutschland, vertreten durch Jonathan Rommelmann und Jason Osborne.
winners of the silver medal.
Gewinner der Silbermedaille.
Norway! Norway represented by
Norwegen, vertreten durch
Christopher Brunn. And Ara Strandli. Winners of the gold medal.
Gewinner der Goldmedaille.
Ireland. Ireland represented by
Irland, vertreten durch
Fintan McCarthy. And Paul O'Donovan. Let's hear it for all our athletes.
Applaus für all unsere Athleten.
And now for the A final of the men's 8. This race is presented by the city of Lucerne.
Und wir kommen zum abschließenden Rennen der Lucerne Regatta der Männer Achter. Das Rennen wird präsentiert von der Stadt Luzern.
Lining up in lane 1, Germany, in lane 2, Great Britain, and in lane 3, the Netherlands.
Wir haben auf Bahn 1 Deutschland, auf Bahn 2 Großbritannien und auf Bahn 3 Niederlande.
There we see the Germans, the defending world champions from Germany in lane 1, coxed by Martin Sauer. And in lane 2, the defending European champions, Great Britain, coxed by Henry Fieldman. Riding with a substitute on board for Oliver Wynne Griffith, subbing in is Morgan Boulding. And in lane 3, the silver medalist from the World Championships, the Netherlands, coxed by Elina Berger.
Germany, Great Britain, the Netherlands, attention.
And they're off for the last race of the day, the A final in the men's 8th, all anticipated A final in this boat class. The Dutch there, they've made a bit of a change in their lineup. Their stroke seat, Robert Luca, has been put in 2-seat following some medical conditions earlier this weekend. But in the stroke seat, they've put Bram Schwartz, and there he is, stroking the crew at 46 strokes per minute. But out to the best start is Great Britain and Germany. They're just going bow ball for bow ball at this very early stage of the race. The British, they were European champions back in Varese. They knocked Germany off the podium, the defending world champions from Germany. So we'll be very interested to see how this race shapes up. But the Germans with the slight advantage as they approach 500 meters.
Und die Achter sind gestartet. Und wir hatten am Freitag schon ein kleines Testrennen zwischen Großbritannien und Deutschland. Aber kann man bei diesem Prestige-Duell überhaupt je von einem Testrennen sprechen? Die Deutschen da mit einem starken Auftritt und einer guten Reaktion auf diesen doch sehr ungewohnten 4. Rang an den Europameisterschaften. Doch wir haben hier vertreten in diesem Finale das ganze Podium der letztjährigen Weltmeisterschaften. Und es geht Schlag auf Schlag. Aber am besten gestartet ist das deutsche Boot mit einem Buchball vor den Briten. Passieren sie hier die 500-Meter-Marke.
So through 500 meters, and it's still Germany out to the lead, just slightly ahead of the British, with the Dutch just about half a boat length back again at this early stage in the race. I'll pass you out to Camilla, who I think will walk you through a bit about this British crew, Camilla.
Yeah, absolutely, Gillian. And we've got quite a stiff tailwind here at the centre of the course, so we're excited to see perhaps some very quick times. They went through the 500 at 1:20, which is pretty remarkable. But what a charge here coming from the far side of the lake from where I'm sat. The Germans have got the better of the British for now, but where we see Great Britain move is really through this centre 1,000. We saw it at the Europeans as well, where they managed to take down the Germans. They're currently equal footing. The British actually with just the faster boat speed. Tom Ford in the stroke seat. He's been stroking this crew now for a number of seasons, and they've just managed to get into their rhythm now. They're at 38 strokes a minute. The sub on board, Morgan Boulding, coming in for Ollie Wynne-Griffith, not making too much of a difference. Boulding very experienced in the big boats, having rowed for Oxford Brookes University, and as they come through the 1,000 metres, it's Great Britain that takes the lead.
Ja, es sind die Briten, welche nun das Rennen hier anführen, vor den Deutschen aber nur ganz knapp, etwa 20 Zentimeter, welche sie nun hier Vorsprung haben. Die Deutschen wurden in Varese das erste Mal seit 2008 vom Podium verdrängt und sie waren überhaupt nicht zufrieden. Nicht zuletzt Martin Sauer hat gesagt, dass die Vorbereitung amateurhaft gewesen wäre. Nun scheint die Vorbereitung besser zu sein. Sie sind hier immer noch nahe bei den Briten dran. Auf den 3. Rang etwas zurück sind die Niederländer. Die WM-Zweiter von 2019 hatten ein paar Probleme und mussten etwas umbesetzen. Und daher könnte es auch sein, dass sie hier nicht mehr gut eingreifen können.
The Germans trying to learn their lessons here from Varese. They've put a push in this 250 between 1,000 and 1,250, and they've moved back now into the lead ahead of Great Britain. Boat speeds matched and the Dutch just off the pace. Such a shame that they had that disrupted preparation as they came past us. It just looked like they were tailing a little bit, but look, how is that gold medal race shaping up in front of you, Tim?
It's shaping up to be a great race, Camilla. This is my favorite time of the day. Es ist Achterzeit. It's time for the 8, and the German 8 is coming to the front of the field. A great push in the 3rd quarter to get a couple of meters up on the British. It's less than a canvas, and the British are reacting to the German charge in the 3rd 500 by moving up. It's level pegging with 450 meters to go. The Dutch definitely out of it, a full length behind, but it's a great race between Germany and Great Britain for the gold and the silver.
Oh, fantastic stuff here on the road. Say for the German crew, they've just extended that lead just ever so slightly as they charge towards the red buoys. They're up at 40 strokes a minute. The British are at 39. Can the British respond as they come into the final few meters of this race?
Was für ein Leckerbissen bekommen wir hier präsentiert zum Abschluss dieser Lucerne-Regatta. Und es ist nach wie vor das deutsche Boot, das hier im Vorteil liest. Aber wir sprechen hier von einem halben Luftkasten mit einem praktisch identischen Bootspeed. Aber die Deutschen, die drücken hier. Die Deutschen sind auch mit leicht höherer Schlagzahl unterwegs. 42, aber die Briten, die wollen da natürlich noch reagieren auf den letzten Metern.
We saw the Germans fade at this stage in Varese, but it's not looking like they're going to fade here. The British are just 4 meters behind them. That's just a boat deck behind them, and the Germans are coming charging toward the line, but the British are coming back on the surge. I think it's going to be a race to the line here. The Germans are absolutely pushing it. The British are there, and I'm not sure across the line. I think it's Great Britain ahead of Germany. That was on the surge. The Dutch coming through just slightly off the pace there, but I'm going to wait for that to come up. Yes, I can call it. It's come up on my screen for Great Britain for the gold medal ahead of Germany. 0.03 of a second. What a fantastic race here in the men's 8.
Wow, wow, wow. Was für ein Rennen haben wir hier zum Schluss der Lucerne-Regatta. Großbritannien hat sich quasi auf der Ziellinie noch vorbeigeschoben. 300stel ist der Vorsprung auf das deutsche Boot. Also Großbritannien gewinnt hier vor Deutschland und Niederlande.
That was the last of this morning's racing, but we still have 2 more victory ceremonies for you, so stay with us here in Lucerne.
Das war das letzte Rennen des Tages, aber wir dürfen den Rudersport noch feiern. Es kommen noch 2 Siegerehrungen, diese im Frauendoppelzweier und dann von diesem Männerachter, den wir soeben über die Ziellinie rudern sahen.
The victory ceremony for the women's double sculls.
Die Siegerehrung für den Frauen-Doppelzweier.
This race is presented by We Row 4.
Dieses Rennen wird präsentiert von We Row 4.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Gewinnerinnen der Bronzemedaille.
The United States of America. The USA represented by
Die USA vertreten durch
Christina Wagner. and Debbie Stone. Winners of the silver medal.
Gewinnerinnen der Silbermedaille.
The Netherlands. The Netherlands represented by
Die Niederlanden vertreten durch
Roos de Jong and Lisa Scheenaard. Winners of the gold medal and World Rowing Cup leaders.
Gewinnerinnen der Goldmedaille und Weltcup-Führende.
Romania. Romania represented by
Rumänien vertreten durch
Nicoletta and Kuta Bodnar. And Simona Giannina Radais. Let's hear it for all our athletes.
Applaus für alle Athletinnen.
The victory ceremony for the men's 8.
Die Siegerehrung zum Männer-Achter.
This race is presented by the city of Lucerne.
Dieses Rennen wird präsentiert von der Stadt Luzern.
Winners of the silver medal.
Gewinner der Silbermedaille.
Germany.
Deutschland, vertreten durch Johannes Weißenfeld. Lauritz Vollert. Olaf Rockensack. Torben Johannessen. Jakob Schneider. Malte Jakschik. Richard Schmidt. Hannes Ocik. Und Martin Sauer.
Winners of the gold medal and World Rowing Cup leaders.
Gewinner der Goldmedaille und Weltcup-Führende.
Great Britain. Great Britain represented by
Großbritannien, vertreten durch
Josh Bugotski. Jacob Dawson. Morgan Boulding. Mohammed Sbihi. Charles Elvis. Thomas George. James Rudkin. Thomas Ford. And Henry Fieldman. Let's hear it for all our athletes.
Applaus für alle unsere Athleten.
A very big thanks to everyone out there, the athletes, the volunteers, and the officials who've made this second World Rowing Cup possible. It's been a fantastic 10 days here in Lucerne. We started with the final Olympic qualification regatta last weekend and moving on through the second World Rowing Cup here, all being raced on the beautiful waters of the Rothsee here in Lucerne. So an extra special thank you to all the volunteers who were here, some of whom were here for both weekends' events. A very big thanks to them.
Es bleibt uns noch Danke zu sagen. Danke an alle Athleten für diesen wunderbaren Spitzensport, den wir wieder in Luzern begrüßen durften. Danke an die Volunteers, die das letzte Wochenende, aber auch dieses Wochenende, teilweise beide Wochenende im Einsatz standen. Unglaubliche Rennen an den finalen Olympia-Qualifikationsregatta und am zweiten Weltcup dieses Wochenende. Dann auch ein großes Dankeschön an alle Offiziellen und an das Organisationskomitee, die diese Regatta jedes Jahr ermöglichen und dieses Jahr natürlich ein ganz besonderes Jahr und wir sind im 2021, aber es geht Richtung Olympia.
So on behalf of the entire commentary team, Camilla Hadland, Michael Schmidt, Tim van Vliet, Regula Schweitzer and me, Gillian O'Mara, a very big thanks to everyone and we wish everyone very safe travels home. See you at the next event.